Everybody to our second annual Better You Mental Health Conference. I'm Tamian Dysart, and I'm welcome with our mayor of Sioux Falls, Paul Tenhaken. Excited to have you here for the second year of a Better You conference. Now, again, for those who aren't familiar with last year's conference, this was really sparked out of the idea that Vonnie and I were having lots of conversations as we work with organizations, all shapes and sizes, and we see the immense impact that mental health has had on our society. We can turn on the news, you see the statistics are shocking, and really asked ourselves this question. We heard people talking about mental health really on the other side of COVID at a higher clip. We knew that's important to start with, but the reality is, how do we start to talk about it in an elevated way where we start to get movement forward? And so this whole idea of a Better You mental health conference really was sparked from the core of one of our beliefs at Think 3D, that a better you is better for everyone. And so one of the premises of this conference is bringing hope and education to mental health. And so in this topic, what you'll find in each segment, we have an opening video kind of sharing a story of someone who's kind of gone through the journey regarding that topic and sharing their story of hope with others. And then we'll have a few individuals who either work in that area of expertise, has a testimony of what that is, and really meant to spark that conversation. So for all of us, hundreds of folks who are out there joining us online, make sure that you're commenting along the way. Engage in this beyond just watching something, because how we move this forward is making sure that we're having real life conversations about this real life issue, mental health. And so I asked my good friend, Mayor Paul Tenhaken, to join me on this because I know this is a big topic for you. You spend a lot of time trying to advocate for mental health. Why is this such a big, important topic for us to be talking about and talking about how do we make steps forward in this space?
Well, I mean, thanks for doing the conference, first of all. I think this is a really important topic, and it's one that, honestly, I think over the last couple of years, we've gotten better at having conversations like this. But I know you guys at Think 3D and all the sponsors that contributed to this saw the need and want to elevate this discussion. You know, as the mayor of Sioux Falls, I see a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years related to mental health that the pandemic has brought on. So I'm just going to talk 4 years since the last 4 years, because that changed things. And we've opened places like the Link in Sioux Falls to help people with addiction and mental health challenges. Avera Behavioral, who I know you're going to have some Avera folks on the conference today, have invested a lot of time and money and resources in expanding their facilities, which are still running at capacity. The need is just very great. And I think it's due to a variety of things. It's due to our society in terms of the way we, you know, I'm going to sound like an old man here, but the way we consume content and media with electronics. We're on our phones all day, every day. I think that impacts our mental health. I think what we consume, our diet, I know you're going to talk about that. I think that's a part of your mental health. And I think the constant consumption of bad news in our society also has an impact on people's mental health. I watched the news this morning, and the first half hour of the morning show and the news is all negative stuff. So when you consume that, it starts to mess with your mind. And so to me, I see the impacts of that. I see it in our suicide numbers in the city of Sioux Falls. We had like a 72% increase in suicides last year over the year prior, Tamian, and like that's a huge increase. Is it a trend? No, that was a 1 year spike. Will it level out or maybe go back down? I don't know, but it's very concerning. We had 2 homicides in our city last year, and we had 37 suicides. So when we have a homicide, the media will cover it, we'll talk about it. This is so sad, what's going on with crime. There's a life that shouldn't have been lost. But yet 37 people took their own life, and it was very preventable. It should have happened. And we need to make sure that we're doing all we can to give people resources, open up conversations, normalize discussions around mental health. So stuff like this is very, very important to me. I'll be honest, in my role, I'm not Teflon. It's hard, you know, having everybody judge you and say things about you and social media, this and that. And so I struggle with mental health issues as well. And there's times I know I have to unplug. I have to go shut this off. I have to go exercise. I know I'm not eating right, and that's starting to mess with my mind. And so this is a topic that's close to me because I struggle with it just like everyone does.
That's important. I think that's where, I hate when people say you signed up for this, knowing you was as good as I do. Like, no, you signed up to serve our community. You don't always ask for these things. And so again, sometimes as a society, we have to step back and give ourselves more grace, give each other more grace, because we're harming ourselves in so many unnecessary ways in this space because of certain expectations.
Yeah. You know, I saw it last night. I watched LSU and Iowa women's basketball, and I saw the heaviness in Angel Reese for LSU. She's kind of been villainized a little bit in the women's basketball world. Caitlin Clark's the good girl. Angel Reese is the bad girl. And I saw the heaviness, like in her post-game interview, and like she has a lot on her shoulders, that young lady. And so I mean, it was thinking about her mental health. Like, I hope she has good people around her, because reading some of the negativity online and all that stuff can really weigh on you. And this is a 20-year-old young lady. And so, yeah, she didn't sign up for that. Just like I didn't sign up for, to have people hate you. You sign up to serve, but it comes with the job, and you have to, be ready to handle that criticism when you sign up to lead. But I tell you, there are specific things I do personally to invest in my own mental health. I take time in the morning to exercise. I have spiritual time every morning. We talked about my cold plunges, cold bath I do every morning. I shut things down at specific times of day. I don't read comments on social media. There's all kinds of things that I've done that I've learned. This really helps my my mental health. And it's helped me over the years to become stronger mentally, just like we work on our bodies, stronger physically. Watch what we eat. We got to watch what we consume mentally as well.
Yeah, and that's really the challenge for all of you watching out there is get a notepad out, write down something. Can you do everything? Of course not. But can you do something? And that's really what this next 5 hours is about, giving you tools and resources and stories of hope and education, because the reality is it's hard. There's a lot of challenges that we're facing now more than ever, that we're seeing with busyness and challenges with global war and pandemics, all these things that are going on. It's a reality. And a statistic that hit me a couple of years ago was 1 out of every 4 adults, just do the math, 1 out of every 4 adults. So if you work in an organization of 200 people, you got 50 people in the organization dealing with some level of anxiety, depression, which means, again, there's gonna be a lot of people that I know that are tuning in today. You may not be directly going through it, but you can easily observe the world around you and guarantee there's dozens of people in your sphere, if not hundreds, going through that. And so in that space, while we always argue the best gift you can give the world is the next best version of you. And so if you just grab just even one thing so you can become a step better, whether you're going through it yourself to find your way out, or again, make yourself better so you can handle and impact that next person, this is all of us in the boat situation.
Amen. Knowing that stat you just shared, everybody you come across every day is going through something that you probably can't visibly see or understand or even know about. So assuming that they're going through something hard mentally at that point in their life, if you just assume that by default, the way you will treat everyone changes. Even if they're not experiencing some sort of mental health challenges, assuming that they are, will change the way you interact with them, will change the way you treat them. And if everybody took on that philosophy, like what a world we would live in if everybody took on that level of empathy and caring and compassion for people's mental health.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for tuning in. Make sure that you text your friends, say, hey, hop on this conference. We're gonna have lots of great tools and resources. We're gonna make it available post-conference as well as a resource, because we wanted organizations to be able to use this, individuals to be able to use these tools to have those stories of hope and education as we look to impact the world around us. And so welcome to a Better You Mental Health Conference, and looking forward to getting started to a phenomenal day.
It's amazing how well I can hold that mask in place. Smile for the camera, stand up, show up, shoulders back, face on.
I had like dips in like depression and different cycles, and they do usually happen in winter. And last winter was particularly cold.
So cold.
Particularly dark. I literally couldn't see the sun, and there was just nothing
Dark.
to take me out of it.
Cold and empty.
It was mid to late February, and I hit a pothole. And the only thing in the world that I wanted was for that pothole to swallow me whole. And I got angry, and I realized after that,
I want to curl up and just disappear.
like, you're in trouble.
No one will notice, no one will care.
You're in a lot of trouble. My identity is so wrapped up in my job And to have
They don't want to know.
that not going well, it means that everything else in my life falls into chaos.
They only want the shiny, happy version of you and your life.
This particular hotel and organization, I think, is probably one of the healthiest places I could have been. The unhealthy relationship is with me personally and my job. Due to trauma at previous jobs, trauma on a personal level that I was dealing with, and
You don't need help.
needing to
You need to be busy.
go out and say yes and be busy so that I could absolutely 100% avoid
If you don't have time to think about it,
all of those things.
you don't have time to dwell.
Avoidance, I don't know if you know this, avoidance essentially will come back to bite you in the ass.
Therapy has done wonders. I know that there are hurdles I've still got in front of me.
There are still seasons of like chaos, but I know when I need to say no.
I can't be everything to everyone all the time. There isn't enough of me.
I'm okay with saying, hey, you know what, I'm gonna let you down and I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore.
I still wear that mask sometimes. It's not as heavy because I don't hold it as high or as long.
And realizing that it's okay to disappoint people.
I'm setting boundaries. I'm still frustrated, but I'm not angry like I was. I'm on the right path. I just need to stay the course. The people I meet on this journey may not be forever, but I can learn from everyone.
Welcome back to a Better You conference. My name is Vonnie Herrera. I'm the co-founder of Think 3D. I'm joined here with two young professionals that I've had quite a bit of experience with, so I'm gonna let you all introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sadie Sweer. I'm the director of SDCO East Women's Business Center.
Good morning, I'm Daniel Card. I actually work with Think 3D Solutions. I run all of our strategy and operations.
All right. So what we're going to be talking about in this particular segment is the idea of what it's like to be a young professional dealing with mental health, particularly in the workspace. And when I say workspace, I really mean workspace and beyond, because I think most people who consider themselves to be professionals have a brand or an experience that goes beyond just what they do inside of the four walls of their workplace. For me, before we even get too deep into it, one of the things I wanted to do was really identify what being a professional is. That's a big word that puts a lot of pressure on people. But when I talk to people about what being professional is, I get a wide range of answers, and it feels like we don't have that really solidified. So let me ask you both, what's your definition of professional? What does that mean when you say professional?
Well, when I think of professional, I think immediately of a title. I think immediately of what's that one-liner of, oh, I'm meeting you for the first time. What do you do for work, you know? And I think that's such a defining element of identity for people, and it doesn't necessarily have to be. And I think one of the most powerful lessons I learned is leadership doesn't just have to be a title in your identity as a professional. And I think there's a lot of pressure on young professionals or young people that they need to have it all figured out as a young professional in the workspace, and really having to maybe mask up when they're in a workspace. And I don't think it's scary to be a professional. I like being professional, but I definitely look forward to the redefinition of what a professional is.
Yeah, dig it. Mr. Card.
I'll go with Sadie. I think the professional is hard to nail down, right? Because there's a lot of that. I mean, if you're expected to have it figured out, spoiler alert, you won't. We just don't. But the reality is, when I think of professional now, right, it's a little bit more about your proficiency at what you do, and can you call what you do a true skill? Do you have mastery at it, or are you pursuing mastery at it? You know, that's the way I look at it now. But for a long time, it was that. It's the title, it's the position, it's kind of the networking aspect. You got to be all things to all people and be everywhere. And when you do that, you also got to be in the right energy. You have to be the right, person. But I think these days, as I would think about it now, and we'll probably get into more of that later, I truly think about it like, hey, are you professional at what you do? Right? Like, can you call that true skill, a true proficiency?
It's interesting. I ask some people, and I ask them what's professional, and sometimes they give me articles of clothing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Suit, tie, polo, whatever.
They describe business casual.
It's just kind of ambiguous. And the reason why I ask that is because there's so much pressure around it, right? To be this thing and to have these expectations. Many times those expectations go unstated. And I think when people put unstated expectations on themselves, they're infinite. Yeah. And the chances that you're ever going to meet those expectations are almost zero. What I find especially interesting as an employer or a small business owner is thinking about sometimes it even makes it a challenge to lead when you have people operating under those perceptions of being a professional, because seems to be this pressure that you come on and you are at the same place that everybody else is at. Yeah. Despite this person having 20 years of experience or 30 years of experience or 15 years of experience, which when everybody shows up with the attitude that we're all supposed to be at the same place, that's a really unfair expectation. So let's talk about that just in terms of what the expectations might be like in terms of projecting what you feel like a professional is when you come into a workspace, putting that additional pressure on yourselves to be where somebody who's had a 20-year head start on you is at.
Well, I think about when I had my first position outside of college, and it was working in a nonprofit space, and I had so much pressure on myself because previously I had defined success in high school and college as getting good grades and being involved and building my resume and getting that job. And then I graduated and I got that job. And then I didn't know how to define my own success. I didn't know, okay, who do I go to for the validation, or where do I lean on for support? And so I had to find that again, and I really realized that I get to define my own success. And that was professionally and personally, but I definitely leaned professionally on the mentorship of people who had been in positions and been in the professional fields before. And that's why I do really like or advocate for, working in a workspace with other people and learning from them. But I would say I have really understood better why it is important to outline expectations, not just the performance review, but the expectations of, hey, you're a human and I'm gonna expect you to work hard, but I don't expect you to be perfect. And ask questions, and it's okay to make mistakes. And that's been one of the biggest learning lessons as a professional, is not to be perfect, but it's okay to be human.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we talk about this concept at times, like we've talked about, preparation before promotion. And I'll explain, that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of other folks, but that's where my mind immediately goes when I think about like young professionals and kind of that expectations we place on ourselves. Speaking from experience, I think a little bit, right? We chase the appearance of a thing, or what we feel like the external activities are that say, hey, you made it. And so we chase the appearance of competence, success, whether that's financial success or just, life success in general. And we chase that from an appearance standpoint, at least from my personal experience. I chase that, I should say, rather than the actual thing, right? So instead of that really deep work spent trying to hone your craft, trying to hone your skill set, trying to do whatever, I feel like as a young professional, right, sometimes the tendency is that pressure drives us to like chase how we think it should look instead of what we're actually doing. And we're not focusing on how do we prepare for that next level, right? It's kind of like all the things you do to appear successful, that's actually what you end up doing instead of the actual work sometimes. And we kind of focus on that. Who's everywhere, who's doing whatever, instead of
it's that fake it till you make it thing, which I always challenge. If you fake it till you make it, you never learn how to do the thing. You learn how to look like you're doing the thing, which is different. You do it till you do it well. And as we say, one of the things I coach youth football, and one of the things I always tell my kids is mistakes are mandatory. It's only at the edge of all you could do that you realize that there's more you can do. And so if you're not opening yourself or not available to making mistakes, the chances that you really reach the edges of what you're capable of are zero. Which brings me to that point when we talk about this idea from a bigger scale. Beyond just being a professional at work and being good at your job and that type of thing, we know that it goes far beyond that. The mixers, happy hours into your life, you have this competitor that is working against some of the other things that are important in your life, your family, your spouse, your kids, your hobbies, your passions. And so we always say that there's not really work-life balance, but rather there's work-life integration. Those things have to work within relationship to each other. So talk to me about what it's like when we expand beyond the 9 to 5, and now you have a brand. And there's an expectation that when I bump into you in the street or I see you at a bar, I have an expectation of how you should behave or how you should treat me or what I think about you before I've ever even really met you. What is it like when your brand goes beyond the walls of your organization?
I definitely see that integration, and the way that I worked as a professional and a personal Sadie Sweer, I definitely see the interlapping of that person. I feel very comfortable in the same scenarios as Sadie as a director, Sadie at home. But there are definitely some moments where I have a baseball cap on, no makeup, and I'm going to the grocery store and I'm like, okay, I just need one afternoon of nobody talking to Sadie Sweer. And I definitely have some pockets of my friend group or some of my support systems that I might not have the Sadie Sweer director hat on all the time, but it's been really important to me to find different scenarios where I can recharge just by myself. Or even in my personal relationships, you know, I'm gonna take my director hat off and say, this is what I wanna do, or this is what I'm hanging out. So, but I will say, I think it is important that you have some of those things together and that you're still yourself. You don't have to completely disengage with who you are unmasked.
Sadie Sweer. So when people see you, like, you know what I mean? Like they have expectations. You know what I mean? Like they want a certain energy from you because that's your primary energy.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that gets confusing. Your primary energy might be this. That doesn't mean it's like that all the time. So what is it like when somebody catch you when you're not in that space and they want the Sadie energy?
I mean, honestly, I will, you know, raise it up a little bit, but I get tired. And there's been, I remember, you know, there was a certain time frame where I was on all the time and it was professionally and some huge things happening personally, and I was so burnt out. And I realized that, okay, I do not want this to happen again, and I need to take a break. So even though I see that integration, I know for myself, I have to take a step back and take a break and be the no makeup, baseball hat, yoga pants. I hope nobody talks to me at the grocery store. Sometimes you need a break.
Yeah. I dig that. Now, Dan, for you, you know, us being on the same team, and being able to see some of the things you're experiencing as from an employer perspective, as a friend perspective, as a kind of a mentor, guide perspective, I got to see it from a lot of different vantage points. You know what I mean?
Too many.
But you know, there's a lot going on there. And what is that like for you in this situation? We have a different kind of work environment, but still it's pretty challenging, I would imagine.
And managing the externals, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, all the externals, you know.
The first thing that came to mind when you asked me that, and like we were talking about this, is I'm gonna shout out Sadie, right? You work really hard at just your brand and the way you manage that, and like you're very deliberate about it, but it's very you, right? There's a lot of like you that shines through in there. Something that I think maybe, and I'll just speak from my own experience, right? Something that I missed early on, years and years ago, was my brand, who I was trying to portray, was not me. It's what I thought I should be, right? And so again, alignment, be you, right? That you can have an external brand. I think it's important. I think it's important for us to have a personal brand, but it should be aligned with actually who you are, what you believe, what you value. Right? And when there's not alignment there, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, that's just from experience. The other side of it too, and this actually may segue us into some other things, but the difficulties that were present, I mean, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, right now, when I was going through some pretty difficult things. I think there was a lot more people probably know now that didn't back then that was really going on. But for me, it was almost a blessing and a curse, right?
Yeah.
The nice thing about having a mask and having a hiding place, let's say your 9 to 5 is that place. I don't know, insert blank, right? I'm banker Dan. I'm whatever my job is now. And I don't have to engage with some of the things that are going on here or here for those 8 hours, 9 hours during the day. No one's gonna ask me about it. No one's gonna check in. No one's gonna call me out, right? For those things when they're damaging me or the people around me or the relationships. So you kind of get that reprieve, which is good and bad, right? I didn't have that. my best friends, my mentors, people I consider big brothers, are the two people I work with and work for. And so there was a little bit of that difficulty where there really wasn't a place to go where I could like hide it. And you'll find that, like, again, like that's something we'll talk about, I'm sure, but it's just from my experience was put yourself into a position where you're gonna have those people where like you can have those safe moments, but there's gonna be some accountability there, and accountability not being a bad thing, but a soft place to land and regroup and try again. But that was my experience with it, is like, again, having been very involved, whether that's our community, other communities that I've been a part of, really involved, right? Like I don't do things halfway, which is a good and a bad thing. If I do it all the way, and you burn out quick when you're not aligned with who you are. Whenever you're trying to do something like, man, that just doesn't fit, that doesn't feel right, you're gonna have a bad time.
And I think too, talking about the brand, you know, I think of social media.
Yeah.
And I want to say right here that my social media is absolutely my highlight reel. You know, it is the good moments. It's the things I like looking back on and thinking, oh man, I loved that trip. I at this point in my life, I do not share the hard stuff online. And maybe that's on me. Maybe leaving today, I can reflect on doing more of that. But I have a hard time sharing the tough times, tough stuff. And I've thought about things, oh man, I really want to share this message of when I'm crying by myself in my office or something, but I haven't. And I think that's something to know too, is that I think, you know, when you see a certain person's brand, it doesn't mean that they're not going through hard things. And the mayor just talked about his, you know, struggles with mental health. And I mean, I think that's a shared sentiment for a lot of people.
It's more likely a guarantee that they're going through something than that they're not. It's just wild expectation to think that people are not going through those things. And I'll tell you, for me, because, you know, I have a bit of a brand, but when it comes to social media and those type of things, you won't see a lot of that from me. And not necessarily because I'm obscuring it, but to be perfectly honest with you, my process is to move my mind towards what I feel like advances my situation. So I'm not a good rear view person. It's just difficult for me. I'm open to talk about those types of things, but I really try to form a process for me, which is a big thing. And that's kind of what I want to go into a little bit, because some of these things are really challenging to deal with from all fronts. Just going quick back to Dan for a second. From a leader-employer perspective, there's challenges. And I think sometimes that people don't talk about that part. And there's a lot of people out here that lead teams, and how do you be there for that? So what does that process look like? And what does a personal process look like? Because I can tell you, there's times where I wanted to be there as a friend in ways that I couldn't be there as an employer. And there's sometimes I needed things as an employer I would never ask for as a friend. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, you know, friend is like, take your time as long as you need. As an employer, it's like, this is 1/3 of our team at the time. You know what I mean? Like, what do I, you know? And that's hard to do, to navigate those conversations. So I want to represent that part too, in terms of what does that look like in terms of a process for employers, and then what's the responsibility to communicate those type of things. One of the things I always say to folks, mental health has a bit of a third rail energy to it, because it's so hard to speak generally, because everybody is being affected specifically. And no one can tell you how you feel or what's going on in your mind, which for me means you have to become really, really good at articulating what's going on with you so people can understand and develop some empathy. So I want to open it up for you. So as you think about that from a relational standpoint with your employer and other people that you may that you might have responsibilities to, or you might have made promises to or agreements to, but you got to do what you got to do when you got to do it. What does that look like? Because that's where it gets messy. So let's.
I'm reflecting on the fact that I now have a small 2-person team that I am the leader of, and I just want to give a shout out to my team member, Angie Iverson. She's amazing. And we're learning that dynamic because we have been friends and we have a close relationship where I'm sure a lot of people listening in, you know your coworkers, you might be family with your coworkers. And we, at the end of the day, say, you know, you are my friend first and foremost, but we have a mission to do. And she joined in the team, and I said, you got to be ready to learn a lot. You got to be ready to work hard because this is a new women's business center. And I'm sure so many people, whether you're an established corporate entity, nonprofit, you're always going to go through changes. But for us, we were really building the foundation. And so we had to set expectations, boundaries, and it has been, we've been doing a pretty good job of trying to navigate, you know, being a friend, the personal side, but at the end of the day, we need to get some stuff done. And I think laying out what the expectations are and really the open communication, the open communication and the grace has helped us in our workspace.
For sure.
The word you said that sums it up, in my opinion, the best is messy, right? It's messy. There's not a way around that. You're going to screw stuff up. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to miss deadlines. You're going to miss projects. All the things you can imagine that can go wrong will go wrong. Let's just get that reality like it really embraced right now. That's really what we're talking about, right? The reality of it. There's no playbook to get through this unfazed. So it is messy, right? We talk a lot about this, but the one word in there too is trust, right? I think we may not have hit that, you know, named it, but trust is important. Now, my thoughts on trust, it's, trust looks great and it sounds great. It's really scary. We talk about it kind of like a parachute or an airbag, right? Really, in your vehicle, it's like you want that thing. You want the trust, you want the protection and the insurance that something's gonna be okay. Having to use it's really hard. So just get that out of the way, right? It is messy. That being said, I mentioned a little bit before, my process of kind of balancing that was firsthand going through it, team member, right? Being the person experiencing that can be difficult and frustrating because you're like, oh, like there's accountability at every turn, right? There's a requirement to grow or improve at every turn. I think from an employment standpoint, having, again, if you need to lower the bar for consistency's sake, do so, just like you would in any other activity. You go into the gym, something's too heavy, put it down, right? Before you hurt yourself. And it's, I think employers need to get realistic about, it is not, you're not coddling somebody by no measure, right? Would you be coddled? However, I do have an understanding that you are going through some difficult things, so let's actually realistically scale back what you think you can do. Yeah. And some of those really proactive conversations. The other thing that I think was really helpful, and this is something that I kind of had to learn myself too, was like, just better. We look at this sometimes from the terms of what we think we should be at or what 100% is. I don't need you there. And so I think when employers are thinking about the process of going through this, setting clear expectations for improvement. There's no way, even in a matter of months, there's, you know, if somebody's going through something significant or somebody's really having a difficult time with something, there's no way you're going to get through that in like 6 months fully. Yeah. And it's not going to have a lasting impact.
So let me ask you that. What is a reasonable, and I'm not asking you to answer the whole thing, but what's a reasonable expectation for a person engaging in a process to improve? So for example, for me, if you take a mental health day, cool. It's become a little bit of a caricature, right? People, you know, say it with an eye roll, like safe space or whatever, you know what I mean? That type of thing. But a person should be able to go get their mind right like they address any of their other health. My challenge always is what are you going to do to improve your mental health? Because some people sitting on their couch doesn't improve their mental health. It worsens it. Some people being around the people you would be around when you're not at work worsens it. What are you doing in terms of your process to really better that? If somebody on our team goes home early for whatever because they're having a mental health challenge, and I see them at the movie theater later, I'm not tripping. Because maybe watching movies is what improve your mental state. I don't have any opinions about what your process is. I want you to be engaged in one. Correct. Making sure there's an intentional effort to get better as soon as possible. I don't get to determine what that is, but how do you so what does that look like? Because again, it's third rail, it's challenging, and nobody really wants to step on it. And in this thing where we want to be, you know, we don't want to touch anything that might give us any blowback, a lot of times we don't address it at all. Do y'all have thoughts on how somebody should maybe approach that, or just some other considerations they should be thinking about?
In regards to just mental
And either way, how they actually ask for it, how they actually take advantage of it, and then providing it and having expectations that a person really do something without telling them what it is they need to do. A lot of gray there.
I would say, in the lens of a young professional, maybe going into a workspace, maybe in their first couple years of a new position, I would first and foremost ask your professional space, are there mental health days available? I would say, is that something you can advocate for? Is that PTO? Is that unpaid time? I think when you ask for it, who's your direct person you're asking? And I heard something where if you know your love languages, love yourself with your love languages. So when you talk about a movie, for me, I've learned that if I need maybe a quicker something that just makes me feel a little cared for, I either take myself out on a date for quality time or do affirmations, because words of affirmation is how I feel loved.
Yeah.
So that's how I love myself. And then I would also say I'm a big believer in therapy. I went through therapy, one of my hardest points of my life. I went to a therapist, and it was a very, very powerful and helpful experience for me. Yeah. And then my partner and I, we also go to couples therapy, and we take time out of our professional days to go do that. So that's a very important part to myself and my partner's experience together. And so we're doing that as we prepare for marriage. And so I think those are some areas that I've seen success in. But I think it's something that we're constantly trying to figure out too.
Yeah. Are those things that you feel comfortable sharing with an employer, really getting into some of the things that you're doing, or is it just like, yo, I gotta go?
I am very comfortable saying that. It is on my calendar, my professional calendar. Yeah. It is something where I say, hey, depending on the work day or work week itself, maybe I'll work through my lunch or something, or say, hey, my couples therapy session is at this time. That's going to be my lunch hour, or I'm going to work an hour late. And in our work culture, that is a very flexible, very understanding process.
Yeah, very good.
I think on that specifically, that's super important. That disclosure, or at least not to full disclose, right, what we're talking about or what we're doing. But that being said, I would never stop an employee or a team member from going to the doctor. I would never stop somebody. We've had people, I've dealt in different fields, medical fields or wherever there's people hey, I have to manage my blood sugar. I need to go take insulin or my medication at a certain time every single day. You would never stop that person from doing that.
Right.
But for some reason, therapy still to this day has that kind of thing to it. And we kind of memify it, right? We kind of joke about oh, well, my therapist says, or oh, you're going to be in my therapy appointment this week, right? And we joke about that, but I fully support that going. You would never just expect a physical injury to get better on its own. Go to a professional. You got a health concern? Right, go to a doctor. You got a physical thing you want to work on? Go to a trainer, go to a physical therapist. You need to seek out professionals. And it's not the same. Go find somebody that's a good fit. Go find somebody that really, can connect with you, help you. It's not like you're going to a doctor and getting a prescription for an antibiotic. They're not all the same, right? You got to go find that person that's right for you. But I think, so that specifically, yes, I think people definitely need to be engaging in that. Talking about the specifics of what you can and cannot ask. And I don't even want to touch, what you should require someone to do, because that gets into employment stuff. That's not the case. But the expectation is you should be doing activities that you can at least, one, demonstrate, and two, articulate that you're getting better at. How are you, hey, I just need growth, I need improvement. So, hey, my expectation is you be doing something that demonstrates to me the outcome is getting better, but you should have a process goal. And I think that's when we talk about what do you do, how do you ask somebody to do something, we've got outcome goals. My outcome goal for you is for you to get your performance back to where it needs to be. My outcome goal for you, really, as a human being, is that you feel solid. You feel like you're back on solid ground. You feel okay, by and large, right? But that's my outcome goal. My process goal is therapy every week. My process goal is you get back into your hobbies. My process goal is you take every Friday off at noon to go spend time with the kids. Whatever the thing is, right? That's my process goal. So there should be some expectation that you are doing some activity. Yeah. So you have the outcome, right?
For sure.
At some point. I think some of the things, and I know for myself it was helpful. It's not comfortable. It was really uncomfortable, but you had to realize when you are going through something significant, and for me it was kind of the pile up of better part of 20-some years at the time, right? So when that all piles up, you have an effect on people around you, whether you know it or not. And there's not a playbook to do this without really intentional conversation. You have to be able to hold a mirror up to that person graciously and say, hey, I know you're hurting right now, but here's the impact that hurt is having on all of us, not just you. And really understanding, oh, okay, so I am having an effect on my environment, specifically at work.
Yeah.
Right? And just bringing that back to that person of like, hey, understanding again, I want you to grow, I want you to improve, I want you to heal, right? Whatever that is, so we can continue to achieve our objective and achieve our mission. And that's where we talked about the difficulty, right, of balancing the friendship with the employment. Because you might look at somebody and be like, man, I cannot put you in the game right now. You are duct taped together. And then the reality is, but I need you, and I know and that's hard as a friend.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and we've had talks about that, where it's like, I know the gravity of what I'm asking you to do because I know the condition you're in. And that's a hard balance. I wouldn't recommend go and try it just for fun.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, because part of the challenge is like maintaining stability for you to come back to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because for me, especially as a person who's your friend, I genuinely don't know how many places would have been safe for you in that time.
Yeah.
So we got to be here so you could be here.
Yeah. Because there's not many, there were nowhere else.
You know what I mean? Like there's a lot that goes into that. I want to dig a little bit deeper as we start to land the plane. I want to get a little bit deeper into the process or whatever. For me, I'm a person that is a couple things about me, a lot of perceptions about me probably, but people don't probably see me in a, oh, this is happening to me, that's happening to me type of thing. And I'm pretty casual about most things in general, so I think people really can easily get to a place where they think stuff doesn't impact me how it impacts other people versus appreciating a process. So for me, I take that pretty serious. One of the things that I do, there's two things that really are keys to my personal mental health, which I feel like I manage fairly well. One is I take my solo locations. So once a quarter, sometimes more, I usually fly someplace by myself.
Somewhere warm, typically.
Yeah, somewhere warm. But whether it's not a requirement for me, because I like to box, so I go to places with true fight gyms, and I go and train so I can learn, and I can push myself, I get to punch stuff, do all those other type of things. I get a place by myself. Sometimes I might just sit in there and write, and because we got to cook up a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of people who look to me for things. Sometimes I might cry for half a day. Who knows? I know it's in there, I know it needs to come out, and I'd rather do it on my terms than have it be messy. And so that's something that I really try to focus on. The second thing that I do is I give so little energy to the optics of my process. Yeah. Just do not care. Yep. Because at the end of the day, people who are judging from however many feet away or through a screen or whatever are not in my experience. They're not working me through my experience. They're not feeling the repercussions of my experience. And so for me, I don't work for y'all. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm going to do what's necessary for me to be happy, healthy, and whole. And it's hard to do that. One of the things we just did, we purchased a hunt lodge in Beckley, South Dakota, that we're converting into a retreat space. And part of the reason why we wanted to do that is because I take these solo locations, but many people are not in a position, whether it be because they have kids or resources, where they can go fly to a place and hang out for a weekend and do whatever. Or even in relationships. One of the things with me and my wife is we had conversations about it where I said, this is not me not wanting to be with you, this is me wanting to be with me. And one of the conditions of that is that when I go do these things, I bring her back a better husband. Yep. You know what I mean? Is that I bring her back, that there is a real payout to doing that. But it's so hard for people to do this. So we try to create this thing because we want people to experience that. Yeah. And there's no real business logic to just doing something like this. Right? You do it because it needs to exist. In
fact, there's the opposite.
I mean, you got to really stand on it. You know what I mean? We're consultants. So if I'm spending a day here or whatever, somebody can literally quantify how much all of those minutes amount to. Yep. You really got to stand on something to go do those things at the cost of profit, business, whatever. So talk about your processes, and you have a little bit, but what it takes to do that, though. Because I don't want to be casual about being willing to go to therapy or being willing, because if it was really like that, then everybody would do it. How do you develop the courage to be able to do these things when it costs you money, when it costs you time, it might cost you perception, it might cost you all those other type of things, the activity of it. Talk to me about that.
Well, we had talked a little bit about the couples therapy sessions, and even those aren't on a strict timeline. I mean, we still have to carve time out, and you know, we don't necessarily say we're gonna try to find time for it. We have to take time. We have to make time for it. And I think people get caught up in the busyness, and I'm really trying to not claim that I'm so busy. I don't want to be so busy anymore. I'm ready to be done, you know? Or like some people come up to me and say, oh, I've really wanted to see you, or maybe ask you for lunch, coffee, just hang out. But I know you're so busy. And I'm like, oh man, I'm ready to be done with that. Unless I don't want to hang out with them, then I'm like, yeah, I'm busy. No, but I would say I know the best Sadie there is a person who is moving around, working out, going for a walk. I'm signed up for CPM Fitness. I've been there for about a year, and going there even 1 or 2, 3 times a week really helps me, and I physically get stuck behind my desk and I get tight, and I need to do something that gets me out of my head a little bit. And one new journey I've decided after getting married this summer, I want to find a hobby. I used to be so busy to not even have a hobby that I thought I need to have some other energy fulfilling something I do with my time other than watch TV or TikTok or whatever, social media. So that's something that I'm really excited about, is finding a hobby. But also I know that with that, I've honestly had to cut back and say no to a lot of extra past 5 p.m. events. I try not to do any morning meetings. I only try to do the things in the afternoon, but I've had to say no to a lot. And really trying to focus on taking time for myself. That's even hard. I really want to tap into that, but I do believe in different seasons of busyness too. And I think work has been taking a lot of time from me, and that's just because building up something new, it's fulfilling in different ways, but I know I need to refill just myself and just Sadie. Just
for sure.
That. You use the word refill, which I think is accurate and important. Refill versus fulfill, right? Like we need something that's going to be consistent for us. If you're not doing the thing that helps you get better or feel better all the time, or with consistent intention, how realistic can you expect to feel that all the time? You just can't, right? So that one, to finding ways to refill, is super important. Early on, just expectation of improvement, like better. Again, like I said, lower the bar for consistency. Maybe it's, I do one of these activities once a week, right? In addition to obviously seeking out places where you can find professional help, like that's key. Go do it, go explore it, go find different resources. There are different methods, different treatments. Go try, right? Just continue to work on that, because in reality, you have to improve yourself before anything else around you gets better. You want to lead, you want to grow, you want to innovate, you want to do whatever. These things are important. So right off the bat, go seek help, professional help, intentional help. Go do it. Do a sprint. Do whatever it takes to try and do that. Just like you would if there was a physical issue. Treat that no different. That other side of it, for me, hobbies and disciplines have been life-changing. Probably around 2019, 2020, I gave up because of not only the stuff I was going through, but because, again, you're riding on E, right? I got no gas in the tank. I can barely get through the day. And during that time, I was living, eating, breathing, sleeping, certain, whether it's Think 3D or LOT or some of the stuff we were doing. Couldn't tell you the last time I went out and did something for me, right? And so there's big 3 things. I think find something that's a skill or a discipline you can master that's fun. Could be work-related, doesn't have to be, but that mastery is going to change the game for you.
Should we go embroider or something?
I'm super down. Yeah, you heard it here first. So mastery of a skill, go find something, or go get back into something that makes you feel really good. Weightlifting, boxing for you. Number of different things for me, right? The other thing about that is you do need a hobby. You need to have fun, right? And those things are important. And then obviously, I cannot say this enough, physical health. Like take your physical health seriously along with your mental health, and that's going to have a huge, huge impact on that. But there's no way around having those messy conversations, having those difficult conversations.
I think the big thing to take away is the process. No one has all of the answers. but quality of life is ultimately the goal.
Correct.
So what do we have to do to get that going? We appreciate you for tuning in. Stay connected. A better you is better for everyone.
Who am I without my mother?
When we first found out my mom had pancreatic cancer, it was August. It was beautiful, late summer, and I went on a walk and found these flowers. I sent this photo of them to my mom while she was in the hospital. I was alone and cried so hard on that walk, and many other walks while she was sick, dying, and after she passed. After she passed, there were moments I felt I couldn't go on. I just wanted to lay down. How could I possibly enter the world again, maintain my work, my life, my own relationships without my mom's physical presence that I had relied on my whole life? I want people to know that grief hurts badly, but you can move through it.
I think it's energy spent on the loss, and you have to kind of invest in it.
You need to talk about it and not bottle it up.
Because like I said, you can't bury it. It's still going to be there. You have to really move through it. And
You need to be gentle with yourself. And when you feel the need to cry, you really should cry.
so that I can flow through it and get some of that emotion moving, and I usually feel a lot better afterwards.
We will all experience the effects of grief someday, and we can do it better.
Without her, I wouldn't have been able to do so much, but I still can.
Hi, we are here to talk about grief today. My name is Megan Mitchell. I am a licensed professional counselor over at Sanford.
And I can jump in as well.
Yes.
My name's Jeff Reynolds. I'm part of an organization called VVI. We're the in-house ad agency for the Vern ID organization.
Mm-hmm. And so we were matched together and paired up for this conversation. And I think before we get started on really digging in, we wanted to just make sure we were all talking about the same thing, kind of working off the same definition of grief. So kind of the idea, it's the emotional and kind of physical responses that we have to losing somebody, but it can also be more than just from a death. I think that's a pretty common perspective, that we grieve when we lose somebody, when somebody dies, but there can be so many other things to it. It can be a life change. It can be, losing something we were planning for. There's a lot of examples of non-grief or non-death related grief. Things like, or infertility is a big one that we had talked about too. Moving, job changes, retirement. Even the changes that a lot of people experienced around COVID-19, there's all sorts of things, but really the grief is the emotional, the pain, and then the feelings of loss and change. And so I'm talking about it from that perspective, but you had come in with a totally different perspective than me.
Exactly.
And a great story to share.
Sure. And in my case, I have an appreciation for Natalie's video, which preluded us. In the case of that, Natalie and I know each other a little bit as acquaintances. We're in similar businesses. But for me, as I try to unfold my story a little bit here, my subject of grief deals with the loss of a parent. In my case, my dad. In September, during a Think 3D CultureCon event, I was there. It was one day before my dad's memorial service, and Natalie was one of the keynote speakers. I had no idea what she was going to speak about, and she gets up and she says something along the line of, in prelude to this, I was going to speak about something, but I'm going to speak about grief. And I thought, well, that's interesting that I'm sitting here today, and I appreciated what she had to say. I appreciated what she put together in the video here, and for me, my story unfolds like this. My folks lived in another town, about an hour and a half away from here. I'm in Sioux Falls, and about a year ago, just based on their age, they're in their 90s, my mom and dad at that time, I had worked to put together a home for them, literally across the street from my house, to move them here, to bring some of their favorite things. And my dad was already in declining health, so the fact that he passed away in September was not a surprise. So there's a little bit of, you know, this is coming, but that does not prepare you any further for the fact that it does arrive.
Yeah.
And so we had a great time putting this house together, moving them here, but a lot of chronic health problems, which, I mean, you live to be 96 and just a lot. The body wears out, and his mind was still there, but the body was wearing out.
Yeah.
And so there's maybe an intensity of the fact that I had moved them, and they were literally across the street from me. I work in video production, and I was actually on a shoot that particular day that my mom called and said that he had fallen. This was a rare occurrence, but he had fallen once before in the house in Sioux Falls that I had moved them into, and I was able to go over with my son, my adult son, kind of get him up and everything like that. So I'm on this video shoot downtown Sioux Falls, get a call, and I kind of think in the moment, all right, we're just going to go get him up. And when we arrived, I realized things are a little more askew just by the position of his leg. It was a hip break. It was related to his multiple health problems. And then it becomes like, oh, all right, this becomes much more serious. We needed an ambulance. Was not, you know, not a siren light kind of situation, but we needed an ambulance to move him safely. That led to an ER visit. Even in the ER, it's funny how you just capture these things in your mind, and like as it played out, there were some times when his blood pressure dropped severely. Probably thought we were maybe going to even lose him at that moment. At the age that he was at 96, we had done some footwork, and he had done and decided things for himself, which was a DNR, a do not resuscitate order. And as things were kind of going bad in the ER, they're starting to roll equipment in, and I needed to kind of give the cue to the nursing staff, like we're not going to go any further in this. They were able to stabilize him. That led to a hospital stay of a couple days, which then led to a move into hospice. And I got to give a lot of credit to hospice teams and those who do that, nurses, social workers, just the all-around vibe of that. For as serious an experience as it was also pretty awesome in the way that they were able to help him and help us. And the hospice experience lasted about a week, and then he passed away. And in my case, and we've talked about this because, you know, we just don't want to show up here today and just kind of wing it. We talked a little bit about this then, maybe because of my vocation, what I do. I write scripts, I produce videos. I kind of went into that, all right, producer mode, and I can kind of laugh about it now, and I can probably even laugh about it then. It's like, all right, we got to write the obit, and we got to make the arrangements, and we got to like do all these kinds of things. And even in the midst of that, I kind of still popped into work a little bit because I'm just maybe a, you know, stoic Midwesterner and feel like, oh, I got to show up and do some things.
Maybe in your comfort zone a little bit.
And went to that conference and got through the memorial and everything like that. And then, like, kind of when the work is over, and I'll say, you know, a great send-off. This guy happened to be at 96. He was a World War II vet. And at 96, he was on the younger end of the vets that are still left. And had a great gathering back in my hometown in Yankton. And then, like, things start to get quiet. And then it becomes real, right?
The dust settles.
Yes, and it becomes really real because he literally lived across the street from me, and my mom is still living there, and that was part by design to check on both of them, and now I'm checking on her, and as the days and weeks went by, it starts to creep up, at least from my experience, starts to creep up on me a little bit. And routines are different. The chair he sat in is empty. Heading home after work to go see them is now to go see my mom. And there was a planned trip the week after the memorial service, and in my case, we went to Seattle. My wife was involved with a conference there, and so I planned to go along.
Yeah.
This was a place where my folks lived when they first got married, so there's a little kind of connection there, but I had a lot of time on my own, which was a good time, but a lot of time to think, and I kind of wandered around the city, and I will call it still a little bit my sadness in Seattle trip, you know. And then we go into the fall, and the year ahead for me, and this would be for anybody with loss, is you're going to experience just a year long of firsts. And we're going into a holiday season. I can see Thanksgiving and Christmas and other things coming up. And that's just a bit of the start of things. And I just wanted to kind of put that out there with my experience. And
Thank you.
if you have any response or any questions, I'm an open book if you got
Yes, well, thank you. I think that's a great, I mean, I appreciate you being willing to share it, first of all, right? But, and even just thinking about grief and the definition that we were using and just the experience and all of the different emotions and things that come up with that. And I love how you're so open about just really kind of focusing on the work and focusing, and I hadn't even caught it until you were talking about how you were at a conference the day before the memorial service and how that seemed to be kind of a comfort zone almost for you, right? Because we all have our things that are going to be harder with grief and things that are going to be a little easier ways to cope, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And then once you were forced to be quiet a little bit and be on your own, you had to feel some of those feelings a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm going to advance kind of a couple of the slides here to tasks of grief. If I'm doing this correctly, is that slide able to go up once more?
Oh, there you go. You got it.
All right.
Yeah. Like we had talked as we were going through and getting ready for this about the experience that's kind of common. It's never the same for people. It's not the same.
Yeah.
But there are some common steps and things that we talk about, at least especially on a mental health side, of dealing with and going through grief. And one of the ways that I like to talk about it is this idea of the tasks of grief, right? We're not like moving through stages and then we're done. Correct. Like, okay, now I've grieved and we're all done and I'm better and it's fine, right? These are things that we do and we go through and we have to continue doing, especially if it's a really profound loss, like the loss of a parent, you know? And I don't, if you're okay with me jumping ahead to the Easter example you were telling me about, right? Is, you know, maybe you had done some of the accepting and you'd gone to Seattle and really felt your feelings for a little bit. And, you know, you're kind of adjusting every time you went to your mom's house now. It was, I'm adjusting, I'm accepting, I'm adjusting, I'm accepting, right? Moving forward with this new normal. And then you talked about Easter, just real recently and how that was for you.
Yeah. And in my case, you know, just a couple of days ago, and it's part of that year of firsts, and we did make it through Thanksgiving, and we did make it through. And when I say make it through, it's not like we're trying to zip through and ignore the fact that there's a person missing.
Right.
And but it's okay to talk about him and remember. And we were able to have a great holiday season. And but it is not linear. You don't you can't check off the boxes because the boxes become unchecked.
Exactly.
And in my case, Easter just a couple days ago wasn't even on my mind of even missing him or anything like that. Just kind of getting ready for the day. But in that drive from home towards church, because we're doing the usual Easter kind of thing and gathering a family, it felt heavy. The weather happened to be a little gray that day, and maybe that plays a little bit into it. But I felt the heaviness and a bit the gloom, and I'm driving, and I feel like I'm just being kind of squished down as I drive. I felt even a little bit disoriented, not dizzy, but just a little bit out of body, even walking into the church and trying to just go through the motions of that. And I'm trying to pull myself back, and it surprised me. It surprises me the moments that can still take you back. And this is just individually my story, but I imagine anybody out there that has had a loss, either as serious as death or the other things, there are things that can kind of come about in unexpected ways, triggers. There's I can also laugh about it a little bit, but there's an Aldi not too far, Aldi grocery store, not too far from my office. It's an easy place to step in and grab a few things. And I get a particular vibe there most times that I stop, because it was a place that I shopped for some things for my folks.
Yeah.
And just the drive home, the routines, and even more recently in the last 30 days, we've been preparing the house that they lived in before I moved them to Sioux Falls. It's kind of sat not quite empty, but empty along with many of their belongings in it, because we moved them to a smaller location. So I've been living it hard for the past 30 days of just preparing that house, and we'll close on that tomorrow. And that legal closing of the deal is a bit of closure. It needs to happen, and I'm feeling good about it. My brother is, my mom is, but. These tasks of grief, I don't know. I don't know I don't know that anybody ever gets over it.
No.
But it is helpful to be mindful and walk through these things. And there's some things I try to do, and there's some unhealthy things I've done as well. Like,
we all cope, right, in our own ways.
Yeah, it's easy to, eat 3 helpings of pasta and just kind of let that soak into your brain, and then you become a piece of the furniture in the evening.
Sometimes, right, we just have to escape.
Yes.
Sometimes we just need to not feel or not think or not be in it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was the case for you, if you remember even back when you were like kind of in it, like when it was really happening. But a lot of times then people experience a lot more sadness, a lot more anxiety. And I think we had talked a little bit too about like physical symptoms of grief, sleeping problems, or, appetite changes, or aches and pains, more headaches, all of those kinds of things that happen because your body is just carrying around all that stress all the time.
Yeah, and it did play out that way, that I was not sleeping well. It seemed that he would show up in my dreams a bit, not in a weird way, just kind of be there.
Yeah.
And at 3 a.m. you can wake up from something like that and kind of feel like a little bit of lightness, like you get a little connection. But also like, all right, 3 a.m. I'm wide awake. What do I do with this? And I would typically head out to the living room. There's a place that I try to keep some routines to my life. I call it bookends of my day, how I start my morning, how I end it. So I'd grab my journal. I'd write a little bit. Sometimes I'd write a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd write more. Try to be mindful through the day. Try to work on some breathing exercises. Nothing too technical.
I love the breathing exercises.
And there's something called box breathing, which is just a 4 count. You can look it up. It's easy to find. There's a Dr. Andrew Weil, who's a holistic medical doctor. He's in his 80s, written many books. He's got a breathing technique called a 4-7-8. I've used that as well to, what I will say, kind of ward off or suppress.
Yes.
Sometimes when you feel like you're kind of feeling anxious, that your chest maybe gets a little tight. And
and you're just helping your body to calm down.
Yeah. And I found that to be helpful. I found walking my dog to be helpful. I live very close to the bike trails in Sioux Falls, which is awesome. And in my case, I can get there in about 30 seconds from my door to the bike trail, and not too far off of that, I can get onto some of the trails along the river. And even though I'm in the middle of Sioux Falls, I can feel like I'm someplace else. I have found that I used to always keep an earbud or 2 in and listen to music, and kind of in this season of after the loss, I'm keeping the earbuds out, and I'm just kind of going and seeing
doing
how
some
that
mindful
goes.
walking.
Yes. And sometimes I think, and sometimes I don't think. And even in the midst of that, I can be surprised by sometimes how the grief can pop up
Yes.
and make you feel heavy. And I'm like, all right, I'm out here with the dog. I feel like I want to collapse, but I must keep walking on.
Yeah.
Is that normal?
Yes. Yes, right? Those feelings, they come and they go, and they're messy, and there is no stage 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, that you're going to then be done. It's going to be there because you loved somebody, and now they're not there.
Yes.
And that's not going to just go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love mindfulness stuff anyway, but right, we know when our body is carrying around all that stress and those heavy emotions and all of the junk, that you don't want to just push it away in those kind of unhealthy ways. We want to allow it to happen. We want to be able to experience it. And that's where I love like the mindfulness stuff that you do, because you're letting yourself experience it, but really like safe ways, you know, ways that you feel okay with. And I love the bookending idea, right? Like when we're in the throes of it and stuff is so hard, it's like, I just want to hide. I just want to be in bed. Don't ask me of anything. Don't ask me to do anything. If you can have those little bits that you do to keep that routine, especially when you find them so helpful.
Yeah.
You know, that really helps us from getting stuck.
Can I ask you,
Sure.
since we're here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we're in the Midwest, and maybe it's a little bit universal to the American experience, but like definitely in the Midwest, sometimes we're stoic Midwesterners. We're like, all right, this happened, and now I'm going to do this and this and this, and things are going to be good. Or I'm going to squish down my feelings. I'm going to suppress. And even though I'm working on the things that we just talked about, there are times that absolutely I will suppress it all. And my wife is an awesome partner in this, where she will actually say, gotta feel the feelings.
Yeah.
You gotta do it. You gotta, like,
She's not gonna let you go like, I'm fine.
Right. And as I have found, if you don't find a way to deal with it, it's still gonna come and deal with you. And why are we like that? Why are we like that in this part of the country?
Well, my hypothesis, right, because this is not, I can't claim to be an expert on everything, right? But my hypothesis is that's what we're used to. That's our cultural norm here. You know, when we think about how people grieve, or even the processes of like going through memorial and funeral services in different parts of our country and in different cultures, you know, what we're kind of used to here in upper Midwest and, you know, white Christianity probably is very different than other parts of our country, other parts of the world. And I think we are conditioned to be fine. We are okay, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to be all right. And we don't want to let that vulnerable side show.
Yes.
You know, so it's great for you that your wife is able to kind of push a little bit, say, oh, but I don't think so. We're not going to do that, right?
Yeah. And in my case, I guess we're about 6 months out, and maybe it's not quite the right term, but I don't know what else to say, but other than to say, like, I feel like I'm a little more on top of it than I was before. People maybe who are close to me, those who live with me or work with me might have noticed some difference, or might have noticed, like, oh, he seems fine. But it can be heavy on your mind, and you know, even though he was 96, it was a long life, doesn't, I think, negate the fact that he did live a long life, that the loss is still very real.
Right.
Like every life has value.
Yes.
Whether it be days or years and years.
Yep.
And those who are on the other side of it, like the loss is profound.
Right. And I think going back to when we started and talked about, you know, those other types of things we grieve, you know, one loss or one experience of grief doesn't compare to somebody else's.
Yeah.
You know, you could be talking about the death of a parent, death of a child. You know, I go back to infertility a lot because I've dealt with that a lot in my work, like different things, right, where it's still a loss. And you're still going to feel it because that thing or that person or that experience, that was important. And so you're going to feel the loss. And so we can love that he lived a really long life and you got to have him that long, and that doesn't mean it's going to hurt less, or that it shouldn't be that hard, or all those silly things we tell ourselves, right? Yeah.
And it helped to just even the preparation for this to, I guess, reframe what grief is. It's easy to identify with an ultimate loss like death, but I had never quite thought like, oh, okay, loss in a job or a situation. It brought back some memories to me of even during kind of when things were kind of slowed down during COVID-19. Difference in the way that kids went to school. In the case for me, my youngest son was a high school student, and he actually came to my office, and I was the only one in there, and somebody else was in there because we did kind of a temporary work from home situation. And he's doing school from our conference room. And I didn't realize till further after the fact of like, you know, there was loss there as well. It's helpful to see it that way because I think when we throw the word grief out, we think death. And I never thought of it that way before.
Yeah, that's one of the things you and I have really been talking about too, is just all the ways it shows up differently. You know, another one I think about is like with moves or job changes or retirement. You know, those are all big losses, and maybe not that you won't ever talk to the people you lived by or worked with again, but they're big losses or changes in your identity. And how that can be hard to go through too sometimes. Well, I used to be I was a therapist for however many years, and now I stay home, and what do I do? Who am I now? Right? And so there's gonna be some of those aspects of grief, and I think you had said a little bit earlier about how being able to be mindful and aware of what's going on, it doesn't make it less painful or less difficult to go through, but at least it's not as confusing maybe. You kind of have an idea of what you're going through. Oh, that's that grief stuff popping up. Oh, yeah, I'm okay, that's what that is. It's not why am I feeling this way? What the heck is going on? Am I losing it?
Yes. Can I ask you this because of your therapy background, your professional background, and in my case, I'm happy to be forthright as well. If we go way back to September, after the loss of my dad, was having coffee with somebody who happens to be a pastor, and he was just asking how it's going. And in the midst of that, because he had also experienced some loss, he said, someday, if you feel like it, you might want to talk to somebody more on a professional level. And I thought, well, thanks. Thanks for the advice. And like, I'll tuck that away. And as I felt like I was doing pretty good and working through the holiday season, and but then you get into the sub-zero of January and things like that, his words kind of came back to me a bit, and I thought, well, maybe he's right. For somebody like me, who heard the advice but didn't immedately act upon it, but then decided, all right, it might be helpful for me to talk about this with somebody. How do we, again, as Midwesterners who are kind of stoic and like to kind of just, you know, buckle up and get going and all of that, how do we make contact? How do we reach out? How do we know that it's okay for us to ask for a little insight, which probably is a lot of just, on your side, the therapy side, listening and asking questions. Like, give me the case that it's okay to ask for a little help.
Well, I think, you know, there is no wrong time or wrong reason to go to a therapist. I mean, obviously I'm very, let's do that, right?
Sure.
But it is really hard for some people. And it does. And I like, you know, the folks who were on before us were talking about how they would never stop somebody from going to a physical doctor's appointment, you know, and like just thinking about it is the same way, right? If you have a physical medical need, you're gonna go get treatment for it. You're gonna go get support, whatever that looks like. If you have some mental health stuff going on, whether that's a long-term thing or a shorter-term thing, you go get some help for it, you go get some support. You know, I'm a big fan too for people who are maybe not able to get themselves to go to a therapist, have something that's really hard. Even finding support groups can be a really good kind of step towards that, right? Where maybe you've got somebody who's leading the group and it is more of just a support and talking to people who get it and who are maybe in those little tasks of grief and gone through some of the things, where you don't have to be alone. You get some support, you get maybe some suggestions, you get some movement through some of those things. But if you can't quite get yourself to go, or if there's other barriers, you know, there are unfortunately a lot of barriers to therapy. You know, in Sioux Falls, it's not as big of a problem, but we have a lot of rural to our state. And there are just not a lot of people who are working as therapists all over our state. So there could be some different barriers. So I'm a big fan of those support groups too, as just another option, just to help get yourself one step closer maybe. Yeah. And sometimes people, you know, like if your faith is important to you, sometimes like some pastors at churches will do a little bit of like just short-term counseling for grief or things like that, or they might even have some support groups at churches or things like that too. But I think it's always okay to go to a therapist.
That's good. That's great. Solid advice. I will say something too that has been helpful for me is in the midst of this, you got your circle of friends, right? You know, the people who know you well. And there have been a couple people just along the way, and not at all in a bothersome way, but they will occasionally, and sometimes it just feels like maybe at just the right moment, they'll send a text, or that's just kind of, it's the way that it's an easy path to just put a little something out there, like, and they're asking, are you doing okay? And they're doing it because they care and they mean it. And it would be easy to say, I'm doing fine, right? Also the Midwestern thing. Like, I'm doing just fine.
Fine, I'm fixed. Don't worry about me.
I'm good.
Right?
Don't worry about me at all. And this is me trying to lean into the feelings of, to honestly answer to those who know me well. And I appreciate the reach out, and then that will spur either a little text conversation of some sort, or maybe a phone call, or a catch up for a lunch, or coffee or something like that. And it's good. It's good to talk things out. And I appreciate that, and I would hope anybody that happens to be watching has some people in their circle.
And I think it's important too to think about when somebody's maybe going through a hard thing, or they're going through some grief, they might not even be wanting to talk about that. They just might need somebody with them, you know, and they might just need some support and somebody to be connected to them. And we were talking about this children's book, right, that I love, called The Rabbit Listened, and it's this kid who's building something with the blocks, and it comes down, and all these different animals come to the kid and tell him, well, you should feel this way, you should do this thing to get over it, you should do this thing and feel this way. And then the rabbit comes alongside and just is with the kid. And then the kid gets to feel all the things and do all the things when they want to. And I think about that as us, like, sometimes we just need connection, and we just need support. And you don't need somebody who has all the answers, or is gonna say all the right things, or, you know, fix the problem. Because I think we've talked, you know, grief isn't a thing to be fixed. It's just an experience we're gonna have. And so sometimes those people who came into your life and were sending the texts or getting together, it was like they were just being with you. And then you could talk about whatever. Maybe sometimes you just didn't even want to talk about anything. And just, you tell me what's going on in your life, because I'm tired of mine.
And if I go to even back to that September when I had the coffee meeting, it was a coffee meeting about something completely different. It's kind of related to some video production, quite honestly, with this pastor friend of mine. And that was the intent to meet, but maybe just because he's got a sense of people and he's pastoral, before we even got started, he just said, Tell me how it's really going. And we probably spent 30 minutes, and a lot of it was me just talking, telling the story. It was very fresh at that time.
Yeah.
And I just appreciated that so much. And if I can look at this experience, you know, rough to lose somebody.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's, you know, this is my dad. And all the stories and all the experience and all of that. It's like, and this is the first, I will say, first major loss. I mean, I've had some losses along the way, but this is the most intimate, close loss. And I guess the upside or the blessing side of that is I have an experience now that I didn't have before. And when called upon, I've got something that I can offer somebody else too.
Yeah.
And that happened just even a few weeks ago. Good friend of mine from high school. I went to high school a long time ago. I mean, we're talking 40-year friendship now from high school to now.
Yeah.
And he sent in a small text chain to a couple of buddies, me included in that his mom had passed away. And it was not unexpected. It was an Alzheimer's situation in an unfortunate 10-year span. But she passed away, and my response was, you know, I wrote a little something in there of support and sympathy, and I also just said, I'm going to call you, and or if you don't want me to call you, let me know. But I put it out there and just let it be, and I didn't have a response back, so I called him, and I don't have much to say. I don't have any advice aside from just saying, I've been where you are right now and recently, and what can I do? Is there anything I can do? And that's how I took a pretty dark time and turned it into something slightly better in the midst of his loss. So,
do you think it made you feel more comfortable to just call and just be?
It did, yeah. And to call and just like, I'm calling and I'm going to shut my mouth and see if you have anything to say. It just felt like the right thing to do, and I just would have not had that frame of reference at all had I not gone through this.
Yeah. I think that's so important too, to being able, you know, even as we talked through the tasks of grief a little bit and how, you know, moving into those different kind of the new normal idea and being able to do things and have a frame of reference or an experience you hadn't previously had, you know? So as much as we don't want to go through it, we don't want to grieve, we don't want to go through that loss.
It's coming our way.
It's part of living. And
it is.
So, yeah, if we can move through those things and live the experience, right, then you were able to have that I don't know, benefit maybe is, but that benefit of, well, now I can be a supportive person to somebody else that I care about in a way that I am more confident in.
In the time that we have, and I'm not moderating here.
But
you're
fine.
I'm keeping an eye on the clock.
Keep me on track here. That's good.
What do you have to send us off a little bit? There's some resources. We have a slide.
Yes, I just have a few books here that I love for anybody who might be going through some grief or know somebody who's going through some grieving that are, I feel like a little bit less about that, like let's move through the stages and be done, and more on like it's an experience. It's an experience we're gonna have that isn't gonna go away quickly, and how do you be okay as you're going through the experience. So we just added those on the slide there. My probably favorite one is that first one of it's okay that you're not okay. It's okay. It's all okay. Yeah. So I think that's what I've got for today. Anything on your end?
The best I can say is just being your regular guy. is to really lean. You got to lean into it.
Yeah.
You got to feel the feelings.
You're gonna one way or another.
Yeah. And it's gonna be heavy at times. Whether it's a death loss or the other kind, it will come about in surprising ways, and the timing sometimes can be terrible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even with that, it's like, I think it's completely normal, and about all you can do is like, all right, I'm gonna lean into this, and I'm gonna come out the other side, hopefully being a little more healthy, a little more on top of it.
Yes.
And that's where I'm at.
Yes.
I appreciate
Well, thank you. It
visiting
was
with me
so
today.
good.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Hope everybody else loves the rest of the conference. It was great. Pleasure to be here.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's so many teenagers out there that just don't feel like they're not doing good enough, or they just feel like they're lost, and they shouldn't have to feel like that. There should be help. This conference, the Better You Conference, will help. I feel like it's gonna open a box where they're gonna find tools. They're gonna hear people speak. They're gonna be like, hey, these people actually care about us. Our voices are actually being heard. Here's how we can help people. Here's how we can help our youth. Here's how we can help people stop hurting themselves or stop feeling like they are worthless. If you wanna help our community, please consider donating. Because you're not only just helping me, but you're helping thousands of kids in our community that are looking for hope, for some type of help. At this time of my life, I didn't know that everything I'm doing is okay. I didn't know what to think about life. I lost my best friend, which was my grandma. It felt like dullness. She went through cancer 3 times. I lost everything. My dogs moved somewhere else. I felt dull and I had to move. Angry. I lost my home. High school was never really easy. That one person that should have been there but wasn't was my dad. At the time my mom was in prison, I had no other family, so I had I don't know how to really talk about him. Go back with my dad. The high school life from freshman to 12th grade was a lot of recovering, but also dealing with a lot more than I expected. I looked at myself in the mirror saying I was too fat. So many teens, too skinny, often hurt themselves because they don't feel like they're heard. I'm not good enough. Or they feel like my body isn't good enough. I'm worthless. I'm useless. I had 3 big moments. 1, I felt like I had a voice. My past is what makes me me. I had power. 2, my story is not done. I had the right to say something. And 3, I have so many people that are cheering me on that I'm not alone. What I'm doing right now is enough. I can sit back for a minute and breathe. Just let me out of that box. And then let me out of the cage for a second. I started realizing there was little parts of me that were kind of coming back. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. I am all that makes me wonderful. I am all that makes me wonderful. Youth mental health is being fixed by this one step. I love you. Love you. And you are enough.
According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, among the U.S. young adults ages 18 to 25, 1 in 3 have experienced a mental illness. My name is Dawn Marie Johnson. I am an independent consultant. I serve on the Sioux Falls School District School Board and am a proud board member of Bridging the Gap. Here with me today is a recognizable face. We just saw one of our panelists' videos, and I'd love for them to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Ariana. I'm a senior at Jefferson High School, and my main thing I like to do is speech and debate. Some of the things I do at home is I like to hang out with my friends, my family. I love to jam out to music, read, and I like to go on long walks.
My name is Rebecca Kane. I'm also a senior at Jefferson High School, and my main thing is also speech and debate. I enjoy hanging out with friends, art, music, nature, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I've had the incredible fortune of being able to meet with these gals. Every 2 weeks, we called Queen's Corner, and we are really able to dive into what has brought us to where we are now. What have we gone through? Because we find a lot of similarities in our stories, right? Yep. So I would love for each of you to give everybody listening here a little bit of your past, with the understanding this has not defined us. It's more what we've taken from that and how we choose to show up now. So if you could, what you're comfortable with sharing, share a little bit about who you are, your family, all that.
I come from a family. My mom and dad are immigrants. My dad is from South Sudan, and my mom is from Japan, 2 loving parents. But growing up in an immigrant household, it can be difficult, especially when there's no foundation. Coming to America for a better life, it can be very hard to support a family when there's no foundation. So growing up, I did feel love. I did feel love from my parents. It's just that foundation wasn't there of how to, relying on the government support. Of course, it's amazing, but around me, I saw people really stuck in the cycle and just repeating the same cycle. But I've learned that it's not, I don't have to live in that cycle. I can, that's part of me, but it's not who I am.
Do you feel like that's a driver for you?
Oh, most definitely, definitely.
Yeah, they give you that love and care, but how can I take it to that next level?
Exactly, and it's, again, it's not who you are, but it helps define your life.
Absolutely. Ariana, give a little bit of your background.
So it kind of started when I was like a young toddler, probably 3 years old. My parents weren't really in the best mindset. They were doing drugs, alcohol, really bad things, weren't really caring about their kids. I was sent to foster care. Foster care is just a temporary place where that's just for kids that are in bad environments to go with basically strangers. At the end of the day, that wasn't really the best call. With that, I got into a lot of foster homes where I had to move around a lot. I had to move around schools. I didn't make friends easy. I was mentally, verbally abused. And I was told a lot of times I was just a kid and they're the adults. And they would power over my own strength. And I learned over the years from 3 to 10 years old that I just wanted to be blocked off in this little box. And I'm nothing. And especially when I transitioned into becoming a young mid-teenager to now a young woman, it really took a toll on me. But I won't let it define me because even though that happened, I still will keep my head up high because those people aren't in my life anymore.
Yeah, and we got to hear your video.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh, we had to all take a beat to breathe because you really opened up and were vulnerable about the lasting impact of getting bounced around, then getting attached to grandma, losing grandma. You faced all that, and then you had to go to school.
Yeah.
Who thinks of school when you're tired, you're lost, you don't feel like you have a foundation? Like, tell me a little bit more about that.
So I always kept the motto of my life that just keeping a smile on your face will be okay. That was my motto throughout a lot of my life, and that's what I did. As I made a big fake smile, and everyone would be like, wow, you're doing so great, Ariana, look at you, you went through all this stuff, wow, and just all this pity party stuff. Instead, I was always told, I'm so proud of you, you're doing so great. And it's like, I know, but where am I? Who am I? What's going on? Why am I here? And it's like, it's the challenge. And not only on top of that, the losing people and being moved from my small community home in Madison to Sioux Falls with my dad again, the person that I should never have trusted again, stung. And I had to reset to a 200-kid school to a nearly like 1,000-kid school, which is
huge
big,
transition.
Big mental
transition.
And the way I took it as, just keep smiling. It's okay. No one will notice.
Well, and that's where I did notice you.
I know. Yeah. You were talking.
So we were talking about how I first encountered both of you was a year ago.
Yep.
LOT, Leaders of Tomorrow graduation. You're in the corner cheering everybody on, rooting for everybody, but you could see behind your eyes you were sad.
It's because where I was at, I didn't feel like I was good enough. I was around people, once again, who shut me out, who told me my dreams were nothing but just a figment of your imagination. And you're gonna end up like your mom, and you're gonna be a deadbeat mom, and that's all there is to it. And that's all I ever got told, or words were said that no child or even a young woman should ever hear from their father. And
but we're choosing not.
Yes, and we're choosing not.
That,
yes,
right.
Because at the end of the day, that doesn't define my crown. I pick up my crown and I put it on top of my head, even though it may tilt sometimes. I put it right back up, just right back up. Because no matter what, you gotta. I learned to stood up for myself.
Yeah.
Even through the impossible.
Yeah, and that's what we've talked about, like, again, not developing a victim's mentality.
Yes.
We've been given so many reasons to give up. We've been told we're not gonna be worth anything. And around this is the buzzword of mental health. Mental
Definitely
health.
a buzzword.
Mental health, okay. So we know of it, but how do each of you define mental health?
I think mental health is definitely a buzzword. As you say, everyone's like, oh, we don't talk about mental health enough. Okay, what is mental health? And I really had to think, okay, so how do I define mental health? Because it varies by person. It's something we're not talking about. So then how do I define it? And I think for me, it's the balance and understanding your mind and brain. Yeah, I believe it's two parts of one whole, and understanding both components and how they work in your life is mental health.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think mental health is the balance between your social, emotional, and physical lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's a balance between everything you do in your daily life. How you wake up in the morning, who do you talk to, how do you react to this certain thing that's happening right now. They all go into mental health together, and they tie in to each other like ribbons, basically. And it goes through it every single day. And you'll go through that circle every single day.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be bumps, but that's okay.
Yeah, so we defined it. We, I feel, do a good job talking about it, but how is this talked about in schools? Is it talked about in school? How are we approaching this? Again, you're speaking to, you have an immigrant refugee background. That's a lot to navigate. You're first gen in a lot of ways. You have this background of filtering through the foster care, having parents trying to give you and set you up mentally to not feel like you're enough. Okay, now you gotta go to school. On top of all of that, now we gotta think about trigonometry, and we gotta think about all these other things. You gotta prepare for speech and debate. How are you taking care of yourself? Are you? Is the school helping you? Where is that?
I think in high school especially, everyone's just trying to find themselves, right? I mean, like, everyone's trying to find themselves in life, but in high school, I feel like everyone's trying to understand it's an awkward time. Like, your past influences you today, but I don't know why I react to certain things. I don't know how it's affected me, and I'm lashing out, but I don't know why I'm lashing out. So I think it's like it's an awkward time, but everyone is trying to find themselves, but it's not, I don't think it's talked about enough.
Yeah, or maybe in the right way, because again, we all agree that mental health gets thrown in our face as a word, but it's like the day-to-day practical habits. How do we implement that to make it better? What are you seeing in school? Like, again, you have to show up and do the thing. What are you seeing, not seeing?
I see that we're following a trend.
Okay.
The trend is that we follow right into our lovely friend social media. Social media is such like a big thing with teens and adolescents. Like, we all sit there and we're like, oh, the phrase womp womp is such a cool phrase. We're just gonna use that phrase.
I don't even know what that is. Maybe I know. Don't even tell me.
It's like different phrases though. Or it's like we're following these trends that can either be really negative on ourselves, and which affects the mind, which affects our lifestyle, and which is why social media can be such a weapon at your hands. Because you are basically sitting there and you're going on Instagram and you see like a girl and you're like, man, I really want to be like her. I want to be skinny like her. And you degrade into that.
That's just like falling into that pattern. I'm not enough. And then you have this feed telling you that you're not enough. So I didn't grow up with that. So that's why I'm really like, I'm gonna assume most of the people listening are my age and above, and we're like, we didn't have to grow up with this stuff. And so that's where I really want you to be able to share what it's like day to day to manage that on top of this, on top of family and all the things. Like,
I think social media definitely does have a play into our mental health, but the way, obviously we hear the narrative a lot, social media is bad. But I also think like people aren't being real with themselves of how they choose to use social media. You can turn off your like counts if you're comparing yourself to someone else. Like you can choose who you follow if you're comparing yourself to someone, even though they may be a great person, a great influencer, unfollow them until you get your head on straight. So you can, it's not like they're above me, but we're equal, and we're sharing social media together. I think social media can be used as a good tool if you're able to use it correctly. But I think people put the blame on social media a lot when I think, come on, like, are you able to, touch my mic, sorry, are you able to use social media? Like, how can I change how I use social media? Social media is not happening to me,
Yeah.
right?
And you seem to have, like, I don't know if I've ever would have come to that conclusion at your age. I mean, even as mid-30s person, I still had to go on and create my social media be a welcoming place. If I'm gonna spend my time in there, I want it to be inviting.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like crap.
Exactly.
And so to your point, yes, but how did you learn that? How did you like, wow, this isn't for me. I want to spend it feeling happy. I don't want to spend it comparing myself.
Yeah.
How did you learn that?
I think for me, it's like realizing that like life doesn't happen to us, it happens through us. And a big tool was like leaders of tomorrow, like you mentioned earlier, and how learning about effective communication.
There you go.
I think before I was self-aware that like I was kind of hyper independent to the point where like I can solve things on my own, but if it's a two-problem person, how are you gonna solve it by yourself? That logically doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So then like Leaders of Tomorrow taught me like, they gave me the tools of how to actually effectively communicate.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Through social media even too. Like communicating with yourself. Are you being real with yourself? Type.
Yeah. And let's run it back. So both of you are LOT grads.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? It's like how we started to interact with each other. So tell me about like that first day. Like what convinced you to show up? What was speaking to you that maybe you were missing?
Vonnie came in to our school and we got called, it's like an assembly for juniors and seniors, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And Vonnie came on the stage and he has a big presence. So when Vonnie talks, everyone listens. So he's like, you guys, about to be young adults, you guys can choose your life. Like success. Do you guys want to be successful? And I was like,
wait a minute.
Like, yeah. Duh.
Hello.
And I really didn't know what to expect. Like, it was a really great pitch, but I was like, I'll just show up. Like, why not? My friends were coming up, like, what do we have to lose?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, though, like, you only have something to gain.
I want to ask though, like, why did that matter so much to you? Like, I feel like you've shared this before. Like, when you heard the word success and somebody asking you, that impacted you in a way, like because of how you grew up, the family upbringing and all that stuff. Why did that speak to your soul that day?
I think around me, I just saw like success wasn't, I didn't know what success was. Like I never thought about that. What is success? And all I saw around me was a cycle that I didn't want to repeat.
Yeah.
So success, if I can have it, why wouldn't I go towards it? But then success is up to how I define it.
Yeah.
Everyone's definition of success is going to be different. But I know what I saw around me was not the success that I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we went through the program. We got all these nuggets, tools. They were dropping bars on you guys. Right? So you have all these things in your pocket. We talk about as tools in our toolbox, right? So I want to ask you, what have you used from that? I think effective communication was one that you've hit on too. Give me a real scenario, if you're comfortable sharing. Give me a real scenario where you took those things and you put it into practice.
So there was one particular day. It was like after school. I was a B average student. Still am. Pretty hyped about that.
Let's go.
Yeah. But we were sitting there and we were trying to talk about like, hey, like what's going on like with me and my dad. We sat there and we were having the discussion, but instead of this being like a normal discussion, like a father and daughter, and being like, hey, what's going on, kid? It was yelling at me, calling me a dumbass, calling me that I'm stupid, saying that I don't know what I'm doing, and telling me that my dreams were successful. I did something that was pretty girl boss. I sat there and I used a method called message sent, and message received.
Okay, tell me about that.
So-
like, walk me through this because this is new.
The first step is
Okay.
you get your information and you kind of explain your emotions. You just kind of figure it out a little bit and then you send out the message. So for my dad, it was, Dad, I'm trying my hardest. I don't learn in the way that my other kids do in my algebra class. That's just not me. I'm a way different type of learner. And I had to kind of explain it to him. That was when I sent my message. Now, it's his choice to receive that message. It's the person on the other side. It's a two-way conversation. If they don't want to receive it, there's your answer. It did fail. He didn't receive it. Instead, I got yelled at more. And it was really, really annoying. And it really hurt my feelings that he wasn't listening. And my voice wasn't being heard. But instead, that was like my big aha moment of like, that actually didn't hurt as bad than I usually do. I felt pretty confident in myself. Later that night, I was wearing a crop top in my own home. And I was like, you know, I should feel comfortable in my own house because it was hot in our house. I was being bashed for it. I was being called just multiple horrible names, and it was just ridiculous. And instead of letting it get to me, I used one other method, which is called PEC. P, patience. E, empathy. And C, compassion. I know that's really weird in this situation, but hear me out.
I'm like truly all ears because honestly, Ariana, like a moment like you just described, I don't want to gloss over you just sharing that because that was heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your dad.
Yeah.
That's somebody you trust.
Yeah.
And you're getting called names, you're, you know, having all these moments and tapping into your greatest fear of I'm not enough is coming out in that specific moment. And traditionally, you guys would either go back and forth, at it. And you had already chose, okay, well, he received the message and chose not to listen to me. That's not on me.
Yep.
Holy moly. Again, I don't want to gloss over that growth moment that you just shared, that tool that you took. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Breathe. I know, you got it.
That was,
yeah. And so now you're saying to this person in your head, I'm going to give you some compassion.
Yeah. It's because at the end of the day, he's still my dad. That patience came with power within myself.
Right.
I usually am like, yeah, no, I'm not listening to you. I'm going to basically go analytical on your butt and just say, you're done. But instead, I took it as, I'm going to be patient with you.
Wow.
I'm going to listen to you because you're my dad. But then I had empathy because he went through things too. There's that curse of that recycle. And we talk about that in Leaders Tomorrow all the time. There's generation curses. And that was his curse, is that he went kind of through the same thing I was going through. And he's just, it's his way of lashing out. So I had empathy towards that. And I said, I get it. You're going through this. But instead, let's figure out another way. And that's when compassion came in. I tried to figure out another way to where we could communicate better, where we can talk better, where instead of him calling me names and telling me my dreams are not reachable, or telling me that I am just basically a used property, basically. That's what he said, or just a whore, or something like that. I'm more than that. I'm capable. And let's find those alternative solutions. He didn't listen to me again, but you know what? I took that as a huge, huge win. Because no matter what, I stood my ground. And for the very first time, those two big aha moments turned into, I'm leveled right now. That was a full-on level of like, I'm gonna go pick up my crown real quick and let's put it on my head. I can't remember that because I'm like, put that crown right on my head.
Wow.
And it's there. It's still on my head every day. And I keep my head up high knowing that I had those two methods. There's a bunch of methods we learned from Leaders Tomorrow. But those two methods were my big yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
And what I'm so proud of both of you doing is sharing in this way. Again, I don't want to gloss over these moments that you're both sharing because there's probably a lot of people that have experienced something similar that are like, wow, she just shared all of that and is so powerful. And she's like visibly picking up this crown, correcting it straightening it out, and getting back into her day.
Yeah.
And you still show up as everybody's hype woman.
Yeah.
You know? She still shows up and shuts TEDx down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that takes a lot of courage. And we didn't even get to this part when we were talking about this before, but I have an issue with saying kids are resilient. I have a big issue with that because you shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't have to be resilient. You shouldn't have to think about, you know, what's dad gonna be when I get home? Or for you, like, am I gonna be successful enough to get out of this cycle, or am I just gonna land in this? You shouldn't have to think about that. You shouldn't have to be resilient. And like, you should just show up to school. That's what I work really hard as a mom to ensure that my 10-year-old goes to bed feeling loved, woken up in a loving way, and she can just go to school and do school and not worry about the rest of this junk. And that's what I would wish. And that's what I hope, like, when people are listening to you guys sharing, that they can be like, wow, if they can get through this and speak at this level. Again, how old are each of you?
18.
Like, come on. You guys are setting yourselves up for success in this way by being powerful, by correcting your crown, by being around each other, by talking this through.
Yeah.
And I don't say this lightly, like, I'm very proud of both of you. This is a lot. So again, thank you for sharing. And I want to go back into how you dive into, I controlled myself, I couldn't control what dad was doing. So control what you can control takes a certain mindset, right? Developing daily habits, developing how you feel about yourself. Tell me a little bit more of how you developed your mindset to be where you are, to strive for all the neat things you got coming up that you are more than welcome to share.
That kind of goes back to my definition of how I define like mental health and how it's like brain versus mind. I think like the analogy of like brain is the hardware while like mind is your software. And like when we grow up, because of like our parents, like the generational thing at a certain extent, it's like the hardware that you're born with is what like you've grown up with, right? But you can change your software, you can change your mindset.
I like that.
Right? And through that changes our hardware.
Yeah.
And we're able to live a different life, But that takes time. Like I'm no way am I near perfect or where I want to be, but I think it's like trying. If it wasn't easy, everyone would do it.
There you go.
Right?
Say it again. Say it louder.
If it was easy, everyone would do it.
There we go.
Right? That's what it is. Okay.
Right.
Right.
No, it's so true.
Yeah.
And like, can you share your exciting stuff that you have coming up?
Yeah, cool.
After I graduate, I'll be going to New York.
New York.
Yeah, New York. I'll be doing a leadership program over there and continuing to just like genuinely help.
Yeah.
Like spread my wings, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you have imagined yourself, even like, I'm not even just saying Leaders of Tomorrow, but even like pre-pandemic, would you have thought Rebecca's gonna be in New York City after senior year?
Yes. I think that's like the beauty of life. It's like so unexpected. Like we don't know anything that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But I think I would have never.
But you took control of your own life.
Yeah, that's the thing though. And I think life happens through us.
Yes.
Like it doesn't happen to us. So once I think if people realize that, if like we as young adults realize that, we can live the life that we want.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. Like you could do anything.
Yeah.
Like actually though, you can do anything.
Yeah. But we have this statistic, right? 1 in 3 people your age experience a mental illness.
It's insane.
Like, put that into perspective.
Class of 30, that's 10 people, right? Class of 30.
Don't make me math.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
But that's
a
like, that's alarming. And again, you're expected to still show up and do school despite this, right? Right. So I don't expect either of you to be like, I speak for all my peers, but I would like to go back to that. Like, if schools could change something, if you could support your peers, that 1 in 3, what would you change? How would you help the youths that didn't get these extra tools in your toolbox going through LOT? Not everybody's gonna go through it. Of course, are we plugging it? For sure. Yeah. You should sign up. Let's be real. Yeah. But if you don't have that, what should we be doing in our schools?
I feel like what we should be doing in our schools is we should be encouraging, especially adolescents, encouraging the power within themselves. Because I feel like we have so much potential, it's just nobody really sees it. As again, it goes right back into social media, it goes right back into comparing, it goes right back to all this negative stuff. But if we could just say one phrase to just start them to realizing that maybe this is it. Like, my phrase for me is, you are enough. I don't get to hear that a lot. I hear I'm proud of you like 24 million times, but you are enough is just one phrase. There's a bunch of phrases. Everybody has their own different phrase they want to hear, but maybe just saying one phrase or going up to someone and saying, hey, I'm proud of what you did today. Thank you for doing what you're doing today. Just saying that one thing will be able to give motivation.
So is that more peer-to-peer? Are you asking for more like encouragement from peer-to-peer?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's within y'all.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
You guys are the change makers within your peer group.
Yeah.
You can be the person that goes up to your friend.
I feel like there needs to be, like, with that peer-to-peer, a little bit of guidance as well from the adults too. Because it is just peer-to-peer. Like, we could say, hey, I'm proud of you. It's also maybe like our teachers too. Like, maybe sometimes, like, our teachers sometimes are really overstressed and overwhelmed too. So I feel like also recognizing that we all are in one big community.
Yes.
We all work hard every day. We all go home, and sometimes a lot of us are stressed out. I prompt teachers who sit there and do with everything they do every day.
Yeah.
I respect every teacher that does that, because it is so hard. I see some of how my peers act, and I'm like, man. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's not just peer-to-peer. We should do that with everybody. It should be one big circle. And just saying, hey, I'm proud of you today. Hey, as my teacher, thank you for teaching me what I need to learn today. It is valuable towards me.
Wow.
And it's not, I'm gonna be using this.
Do you know how much that would change a teacher's day, month, whatever, to hear that?
Yeah.
Like, you guys are way more powerful than you realize with that. And that would go a long ways, and there would be, I think we talked about this before, like a ripple effect.
Yep.
Of sharing that kindness. Because things are tough. People are tired. There are students that make the day-to-day teaching really hard.
Yeah.
And you do have that power control you can control.
Yeah.
Right?
Boundaries.
Boundaries.
Yeah.
All those things, you have that within you.
Yeah.
Yes. Right? So I'll have to say, again, just honoring that you guys came up through this day with me. Thank you for joining me.
Yes, of course.
But there's a lot of people that wouldn't have the strength to do something like this. And they're gonna watch this and they're gonna be like, wow, I wanna get there, but I don't know how. I wanna get to where they're at, and I don't have those tools. I don't have leadership. I don't have leaders of tomorrow to help me. Could each of you give one thing to share with whoever's hanging out with us right now? What's one step you can take to getting that better mindset, which will ultimately help your mental health?
I would say attitude, because for me, like, attitude is one thing that we can control. Like, you choose how to look at something. You choose your heart.
There you go.
Right? So something unfortunate happens, is it hard that my cookie fell on the floor? Like, is it, you know? You choose your hard, which means you choose your attitudes and you choose your actions. Of course, it's hard. You have to kind of be aware that.
Can you put it into like a real life situation, either with your parents? When was a moment where you chose your hard, knowing you're gonna come out the other side of it better?
Okay. Okay, I'm like coming up from like a low income family. Okay, I'm broke, I have no money. There's like no way I'm gonna like be able to make it in this life. Like, I have to worry about, like, are we gonna be able to stay in this house for X amount of times? But it's like, through that, it's not a bad thing that's happened to me, because through then I learned like discipline, how resilience. If I didn't have that experience, I wouldn't be here. So that's what I mean. Like, choose your hard. Are you, I'm gloping. Like, there's nothing I can do. It is what it is.
Like a victim's mentality.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Like you, instead of taking a victim's mentality, well, my family was this way, so I gotta be this way.
Yeah. It's not, it doesn't have to be that.
Yeah. Instead of so you're taking two directions. The hard could have been, I'm gonna stay in this lane of government assistance, kind of do what my parents did because that's what they modeled, and they knew what they knew.
Yeah.
They love you dearly. Or are you gonna learn from that and take on extra opportunities, develop your mindset, build daily habits, and then land in New York City?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you chose, is it hard to go this other way to get to where you wanna be? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still hard. Both those lanes are hard, but you're choosing to go this way, knowing it's gonna get you to where your dreams are, right? So that's good advice. That's good sound advice. Choose your hard. I love that. What's your advice?
Mine would be dedication.
Dedication, tell me about it.
It goes right against with attitude, because dedication is one tiny thing. I want to make my bed in the morning. Perfect goal. I want to make someone smile today. Perfect. I want to drink water today. Perfect. Every little thing you do is dedication. But that dedication will turn into a manifestation and make your crazy dreams come true. It's crazy how one little thing can turn so big.
But it's not, because you've been living an intentional life.
Intention.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily crazy,
but it's more of like, I guess, like a really big eye opener and a really big proud moment. As I said, dedication is one thing that leads to success. That one little thing that you're just afraid of doing, do it.
And it could be as simple as making your bed.
That one little thing, yeah.
And then that leads to
bigger things.
Yeah.
We're in a world that's limited. Society limits us. Instead of being limited, get out of that box and be the unlimited. Don't be the limited. That's what I say.
Wow. Again, how old are we?
18.
18 years old. And they just shared things that I am just now learning. And I'm really hopeful. I know that there was so much value in this conversation, and that it doesn't take being a youth to be knowledgeable in something. They're putting this stuff into practice. They're developing daily habits that anybody can do. And I hope it's encouraging for everybody, especially everybody listening today. You chose to tune into this because this subject matters to you. And if you chose this specific one, it's because you wanted to know what youth are going through and how we can help. And I think it really does come down to control what you can control. So within ourselves, just be aware of what they have to go through so they don't have to be resilient. Right? What's your thing? Choose your hard.
Choose your hard.
And
be the unlimited.
Be the unlimited.
Yeah.
So thank you all for joining us. And I have to thank them for being vulnerable, sharing your story, giving all these life lessons that, like, quite frankly, I bet there was so many people just, taking that stuff down. You guys are powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm like a ghost. I take up space, but not in a way that people notice.
So I had a normal relationship with food growing up, all until I went to college.
Life feels so unsafe.
I ended up staying what's called chronically anorexic for most of my life. And so like I've had feeding tubes, I've been hospitalized for months on end.
Nothing feels certain.
So even though I'm so much better now, I missed like the huge chunk of your life. When you grow up, I spent it in treatment.
I want to fit in, but I don't know how.
Or I was like, thinking about my eating disorder all the time. Because part of the disease that's hard for people to understand is even if you're starving to death and you want to eat, your brain won't let you.
It makes me feel hopeless.
Well, I mean, being malnourished affects everything in the brain as far as even being able to make healthy choices for yourself in general.
It has taken 4.5 years just to pull me out of my last relapse.
The other thing that's really made my recovery very difficult is, here I have a disease that requires food to help me get better, and I can't afford it. Yeah, so it's a study that Avera, and it's essentially providing food as medicine, which is perfect for me. You're given $100 a month, and it's just for fruits and vegetables. It also saved me money because I like to eat healthy. So I like to purchase fruits and vegetables. Well, now that since I didn't have to, then I have more money to buy things like meat and stuff like that. I physically feel better.
All of the hard work has been well worth it though.
And mentally.
In 25 years, I have never felt this calm and stable.
Mentally is because it's more of just a feeling that you can breathe. So people that don't live in food poverty don't understand how stressful that can be. And so like I said, it was so nice to have a full fridge of food. It's just like, it's being able to breathe. It's not having to stress about that.
Sometimes recovery feels like I'm experiencing life for the first time. My life is far from perfect, but it is 1,000,000 times better than it used to be because I'm finally free and able to be a part of it.
Well, thank you for joining us today. We are excited to be here and talk about food as medicine, nourishing bodies and minds. I'm Dr. Christy Hockett. I'm the Director of Community Research at Avera Research Institute and Associate Professor at the University of South Dakota School of Medicine in the Department of Pediatrics. My research is, I'm a trained MCH epidemiologist, and a lot of the research that I do is focused on how early life exposures affect childhood outcomes, particularly in obesity and diabetes. I also develop interventions around this particular topic and really focus on implementing them in rural and underserved areas. And today we have Dr. Lacey McCormack with us as well.
Hi everyone, I am Lacey McCormack. I am a registered dietitian by training and have spent the majority of my career in public health nutrition and in research. I am currently a research scientist at Avera Research Institute, also an associate professor, and my research focuses on how the rural environment shapes our diet and physical activity behaviors. So thinking outside of the individual and how can we influence behaviors and make change at sort of a systems level.
Great. So the food as medicine movement has grown really dramatically over the last few years, and its interest has grown alongside a raising awareness of social determinants of health and its impact that it has on overall health and particularly in the clinical healthcare setting. It is also trying to really address the persistent and costly impact that poor health and nutrition have in America, where poor nutrition is associated with many of the top causes of mortality and morbidity. The current administration brought this to the forefront at the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health in September of 2022, excuse me. And it was at this conference or at this point where many of the government and non-government entities began to really focus and support research in this area and with food as medicine. And we see this with the increased funding through programs such as the USDA, or the United States Department of Agriculture, their National Institute of Food and Agriculture, called NIFA, funds the GusNIP mechanism, which funds produce prescription and nutrition incentive programs across the country here today. We also see this in the recent awarded sites that have received funding through the Indian Health Service to implement and evaluate the produce prescription programs across the country in IHS facilities. We also see this through other government pathways, such as Medicaid, and states have currently started using the demonstration or the Medicaid Section 1115 waivers that really allow a state to test innovative ways to improve health, such as implementing produce prescription programs. Outside of the government funding agencies, there's a lot of other major organizations and foundations that have really begun to invest into food as medicine programs and research initiatives. This includes the American Heart Association, the Rockefeller Foundation, and we have grocery stores such as Kroger, and even health insurance companies such as United Healthcare.
So I know that this is a really big movement nationwide, and it's gaining a lot of popularity. This is one of the first produce prescription programs that has been implemented in South Dakota, and you were one of the people to bring it here. And so I would love to hear more about why this program and why South Dakota.
Yeah, I think so. When I moved to South Dakota, so I'm originally from South Dakota. I grew up in Brookings, South Dakota. And with my training for school, I left and previously worked at the University of Colorado in the Anschutz Medical Center. And we had I worked very closely with the Dene people in Navajo Nation down in New Mexico. And there was a program down there, working through community-based participatory research and really being involved in the community. There was an organization called the COPE program. And they were really doing some amazing things around food access, food availability within Navajo Nation. And one of those programs was the produce prescription program. Being from South Dakota, I've always wanted to come back and be a researcher here in South Dakota. And this was one of the programs. As I lived in New Mexico, I was like, oh my gosh, this needs to come to South Dakota. We're rural, we're spread out. The access to food is such an issue, and the affordability when you go to the small towns and the small corner stores and grocery stores. And so that was really the driving factor behind me wanting to kind of move forward with this. And like you said, when we applied for funding through GusNIP, we were, at the time in 2022, when we received funding, there were no produce prescription programs in South Dakota. Today, at that funding cycle, we were funded along with 2 other programs as well for South Dakota.
That's awesome. So before getting into the details of the produce prescription program, we wanted to talk a little bit about healthy eating in general. And so if I were to sum this up in one sentence, it would really be about meeting recommendations through nutrient-dense foods and beverages. And I think this is best shown by an example. So I've got an example on the slide here of a typical meal you might have out or at home. It's a burrito bowl with sweetened iced tea on the left. And so if we're thinking about making nutrient-dense choices and getting the most nutrients for the calories we're consuming, we might make some changes to that original bowl on the left. So for example, swapping out brown rice for white rice, making sure to add the cooked vegetables that are available, choosing avocado slices as opposed to guacamole, having reduced fat cheese, no sour cream, and having unsweetened iced tea. things like that are examples of small changes that a person can make to increase the nutrition in the food that they're eating, and then all of these things and all of these choices add up over time. So in terms of the different types of recommendations that we're trying to meet and the types of food groups that we're trying to eat from, this comes back to my pyramid or my plate, and it's things like fruits and vegetables, whole grains, dairy or dairy alternative products, and then different types of proteins and healthy fats. If we're looking to limit foods in order to increase the healthfulness of our diet, we will want to limit added sugars. So things like sugar-sweetened beverages, pops, fancy coffees, sports drinks, things like that. And then also limit saturated fat or fat that comes from animal products, as well as sodium and alcohol.
We all love our specialty coffees.
Fancy coffees. So research has been conducted on the link between diet and health for a long time, and there's sort of an evidence-based of well-established relationships between healthful eating and healthy outcomes. And I've pulled here the ones that are well-established in adults. So in adults who are eating healthful dietary patterns, we see decreases in overall risk of death, heart disease, bad cholesterol, high blood pressure, and then reduced risk of conditions like type 2 diabetes and certain cancers. There are also benefits and improvements we see with healthful eating, and we see that in particular when it comes to bone health. And so well-established relationships between diet and health in adults here.
So as we're at a mental health conference, so where does mental health fit in with diet and health in general?
That is a really great question. And I wanted to put on the slide the things that are really well established at this point. I think the link between nutrition and certain elements within food and mental health is a really important area of research and a really new area of research. Something that I'm excited about as well is not just the direct link between, a specific nutrient and mental health, but some of the things that we heard in the video that was before us, like how, eating healthy foods can change your mindset or relieve certain stressors and things like that, and how programs like ours can help to impact mental health in that way as well. So more to come. In terms of the research that has been conducted around diet and health, there was originally a focus on specific nutrients and preventing deficiencies. Thanks. So we a lot of times have some classic examples that come to mind, and one of those is scurvy. So sailors sailing, getting scurvy, didn't know why, ultimately found out that it was citrus foods that were preventing sailors from getting scurvy. And so perhaps at the time we didn't know what in the food was preventing the deficiency, but we knew that consuming the food would help us. And so for a long time, nutrition research has focused on these individual nutrients and preventing deficiency. So consuming enough vitamin D to prevent rickets, preventing osteoporosis, preventing neural tube defects, things like that. Now that we're sort of out of the age of needing to prevent these nutrient deficiencies, we're focused more on promoting health. So how much and what types of fats or different antioxidants or different food components do we need to eat to promote health? So we take all of these individual things that we learn about foods and nutrients, all of this research that's being done, and take that and put it into guidelines. And these guidelines are updated every 5 years. And so essentially, if you eat according to these different dietary patterns, you can consume enough of different nutrients and food groups to avoid deficiencies and to promote health. So I have a few of the commonly researched dietary patterns up here. So the typical, food groups that we think of with the US-style dietary pattern. There's also Mediterranean and vegetarian. And then in addition to these, which have well-established literature bases and evidence bases to support them, there are lots of other dietary patterns that are being researched for their impact on different health outcomes. So what sort of health outcomes does a vegan dietary pattern have, or eating no animal products? What sort of health outcomes do we see when we consume the DASH dietary pattern? There's a lot of research ongoing in the optimal macronutrient distribution ranges for your diet. So what's the ratio of carbs to proteins to fats you should have in your diet for optimal health? These are all different dietary patterns that are being researched to examine their link on different health outcomes.
So thinking about, the current kind of diets out there that we see in the media, where do you think something like the keto diet sits as far as, dietary patterns go?
That is a great question. So I would put that under various macronutrient distributions because there's like really low carbohydrate diets that are being researched compared to sort of moderate, high amounts, and even within keto, low fat versus high fat versus different things like that. So a lot of exciting nutrition-related research happening. Okay, so coming back to a few key dietary principles that I would be remiss without sharing. The first is that we want to be getting our nutrient needs primarily from foods and beverages. And so this is really just saying eat food and drink beverages as opposed to trying to meet all of your nutrient needs through a supplement, for example. If we were to look at this on a plate, that's what the figure on the side of the screen is showing. So on your plate, we would want this to look like half of your plate being full of fruits and vegetables, a quarter of it being grains, for the most part whole grains if possible, and then another quarter of it being differing sources of protein. We want to consume a variety of different foods from each of those food groups because all foods have different nutrient combinations and different things that they bring to the table in terms of diet and healthfulness. The one other thing that I would say is to pay attention to portion size, and this applies both at home and out in restaurants. Look at the serving size on the package of whatever it is you're eating and notice the size of the plate you have when you're out at a restaurant, and just be mindful of the fact that most of our portion sizes and serving size are much larger than what we typically need. Okay, so I say all of this and bring up helpful dietary patterns because I want to talk about who needs to hear this. And at the end of the day, most people can improve their diet in some way, shape, or form. So what this picture is showing you here is diets across all life stages of Americans and how they rank on sort of a 0 to 100 scale. So there are national surveys that are done of what people eat, and that gets mapped to the dietary recommendations that we have. And we can see here that for the most part, Americans, no matter how old they are failing when it comes to meeting recommendations. So 50s and 60s for their scores, and if we think of that as test scores, that's like Fs and Ds. And so when we talk about improving our diet, there is room for everyone to be able to improve our diet. I pulled out the specific food groups here as well because I think this is really interesting. So what this is showing you is that about 90% of Americans are not meeting vegetable recommendations, and about 80% of Americans are not meeting fruit recommendations. Do you meet your fruit and vegetable recommendations?
I try to, but not every day.
Did you yesterday?
I did not yesterday.
That's okay if it's not just yesterday because we're looking for an average over time, right? So not just one day that matters, but everything over time. If you were to look at this figure in the South Dakota population, you would see the same thing. Most South Dakotans, 9 out of 10, are not eating fruit and vegetables as recommended. This is nothing new, and it's not something that has dramatically changed over time. So we've been seeing this for decades. Over here, what I have plotted is the diet scores, again, of the American public for the past 20 or so years. And these are, as you can see, mid-50s, upper 50s, and so again, failing. And so what this tells me as a nutrition professional and as a researcher is that telling people what to eat is not enough. And we have to start considering these other factors outside of an individual. So I can tell you how many servings of fruits and vegetables to eat, but that doesn't take into consideration, if you have access to them at a store, if you have money to buy them, if you have a car to get to that store, what the quality is like at that store. All of these other things that are around us impact the decisions that we make, and we have to take that into consideration during practice, as well as in the research that we do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Lacey. I think, thinking about traditional research and over the last couple decades, I think there was, for example, there was a behavioral intervention that I was involved very closely in developing. And when we spent 2 years developing this intervention, and we went to implement it into the communities that were selected, and it was a single level. So when I say single level, individual level intervention that didn't get at kind of these social barriers or community environmental barriers that exist in places that we live. And as I was managing and conducting and executing this study, it came very clear really quickly that you could educate and you could teach families. They wanted to be taught, they wanted to learn about nutrition, about healthy lifestyles. But when you go to the grocery store and you have $50 to last you a week for a family of 5, our US system is not set up, the food system in the United States is not set up to make healthy choices easy and affordable. And I think that's where, programs like Food as Medicine and other programs that hit those multiple levels are really important. And I see that research is now starting, with this kind of enlightenment of social determinants of health and the importance of the multi-level interventions. When you have an intervention, we're really moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree. And as we'll see on the next slide here, this is something that we in public health have always known, but it's difficult to do in practice, right? It's easy to create an intervention and deliver it to an individual. It's harder to change these other layers and these other levels of systems that are impacting the behavior. And so at every opportunity I get, I like to show this public health impact pyramid because it situates not only practice but also research. So at the top of the pyramid is an intervention or something that you're doing that has the smallest impact. And this is in terms of number of people reached and also resources required to deliver it. So at the top of this, you'll see counseling and education. This is like me being a dietitian trying to educate every single person in America about what to eat. You can see that that would be very time and resource intensive and probably not a good use of anyone's skills or time, if I'm being honest. As you move down the pyramid, however, you can have more of an impact for the resources that you're putting into something. And I like to point out the purple level here, which is changing the context to make individuals' default decisions healthy. In other words, this is making the healthy choice the easy choice. So we're not only telling people to eat fruits and vegetables, we're making sure they are in grocery stores and they are attractive and people know based on little cards that are there how to select them, how to know that they're ripe, how to have a recipe so that they know how to make it when they get home, things like that. Another great example is, if we want people to make healthier choices at the grocery store, maybe don't have, the aisle of candy right at the checkout. Because if you are someone who likes candy or has small children that likes candy, that can be very difficult to avoid as you're checking out, right? But just if we can set up systems to support healthy decisions and sort of make them the default, then we can have a really big impact for relatively few resources.
Yes, I think my 3-year-old would be pretty upset because we would have many fewer Kinder eggs, but I would be a happy mama. All right, so as we think about food as medicine and what food as medicine is, And this can also be known as food is medicine as well. I think that this is a great example of how how a program can remove barriers and really have an impact at a population level. So food as medicine is a broad concept, and it can encompass a wide range of programs, and it can mean a lot of different things. So here we have a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid, we have what they call medically tailored meal programs. And this is what this type of program is it provides personalized meals to individuals that have a specific disease or condition that requires that they would benefit from a specific diet, if you will. So for an example, we could, hospitals, insurance companies have started to enroll patients with, let's say, hypertension or diabetes. And these participants would then receive medically tailored foods that fit with something like the DASH diet. So say they have hypertension, they would receive a meal that fits the requirements of the DASH diet that Dr. McCormack was talking about earlier today. And they would receive several meals throughout the week that are appropriate for that diet. Then we have, so that's at the top of the pyramid. And then at the bottom of the pyramid, we have programs like SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This is also known as food stamps. And this program is a federal government program that provides supplemental financial incentives for families to address food insecurities. Now, the incentives that families or individuals receive on the SNAP program is not meant to cover all of the needs related to food. It is supposed to supplement what they are, the budget that they currently have, right? And so, as we have heard through the FAM program and through other, I think, avenues, this doesn't necessarily amount to enough money to purchase healthy foods for a family or an individual. So one of the programs that has kind of tried to address this is what they call the Double Up Food Bucks. And the Double Up Food Bucks is kind of an add-on program that is available in some states across the United States and provides additional monetary incentives or financial incentives to purchase fresh, or not necessarily fresh, but purchase fruits and vegetables for participants or enrollees of the SNAP program. And so if they go, for example, if they go to the grocery store, they buy $5 worth of fruits and vegetables, they get an additional $5 to purchase fruits and vegetables either at that transaction or the next transaction. And so this is just a couple examples of how programs that could focus on population level healthy food policies. Then in the middle of the food as medicine triangle, if you will, we have produce prescription programs. And this is really where us as researchers and Adavera Research Institute really have really focused our interests in these programs. And so what this program is provides a monetary incentive to individuals who are food insecure and are eligible for the program, and allows them to buy fresh fruits and vegetables for an extended period of time. And so what does this look like at Adavera? So we know, based on some of the data that Dr. McCormack has shared with us, that 80 to 90% of the US population does not meet the fruit and vegetable guidelines. And so we really wanted to bring the produce prescription program to the Sioux Falls area. And a lot of what in this area of research, we know that food as medicine programs have really shown that we know that they increase fruit and vegetable consumption. That has been shown over the last decade or so. We know that they reduce food insecurity. That has been well established. But what hasn't been well established and needs more research is how do these produce prescription programs impact clinical outcomes and improve clinical outcomes and health outcomes that we're interested in, and really how does, for example, the mode. Right? So if we think about produce prescriptions across the country, they are not standardized. We're really still trying to understand how we can best implement these. What does the best produce prescription look like? And so we're still trying to understand how different types of produce prescription programs impact health overall. And for example, some of the areas that we're interested in around standardization is how much money should be involved in a produce prescription program. This is not standardized across the United States. So some programs may provide $25 a week for fresh fruits and vegetables. Others may provide $25 a month for fresh fruits and vegetables. And so we're really trying to understand what is that right amount or right incentive. One of the other things we're interested in is how produce prescriptions the mode at which we deliver produce prescriptions impact clinical outcomes and health, overall health. So for example, some produce prescriptions use paper vouchers. Some use electronic, kind of like debit cards, if you will. Others use produce box delivery. And so how does the mode of delivery impact those clinical outcomes and better understanding that. So I think really what we're trying to do here at Avera is understand how does the mode of delivery for produce prescription matter. So is one mode of delivery associated with better outcomes compared to another mode of delivery?
And I will just add, what I think is really exciting about this work is that, I guess, at least for me, it fulfills both my nutrition and research-related interests, right? So we are able to deliver this program and impact people's lives on the daily, really. And then we are also able to answer these research questions that help make the program better in the future, not just for South Dakota, but for the rest of the country implementing this as well. So I am really excited to look at these questions about mode, but also look at other social determinants of health and see the impact that they have on the outcomes that we're interested in.
Absolutely. So just a little bit more about what the Food as Medicine program looks like at Avera. So we have been enrolling participants for about a year. We are focused on enrolling about 400 participants in the Sioux Falls area. As far as inclusion criteria and eligibility, individuals need to be eligible for SNAP, Medicaid, or WIC. They don't need to be enrolled in the program, but they need to be eligible for those programs. And then what happens is once we identify a participant or a patient that is eligible for a program like that, or for this program, we then enroll them and randomize them to either a traditional in-store voucher method or a produce box delivery. And so those are the two methods that we're really interested in better understanding.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. Since we are on camera and have an audience, which mode do you think will be better?
That is a great question. I think that's why we're doing this research. You know, I am not sure. I think I am interested to better understand why an individual would pick one mode over the other. So when we were designing this study, the traditional in-store voucher method, you know, if we're thinking about barriers and removing barriers to food access, the traditional in-store method would remove that financial barrier, but wouldn't necessarily remove the transportation barrier. but it would also allow the participant or the patient to purchase whatever fruits and vegetables that they would, desire. With the produce box delivery, if we're thinking about barriers, we're removing that financial barrier and the transportation barrier, because that produce box shows up at their house every week on Wednesday at 10 a.m. But they may not have the ability to select the produce that they're really interested in. And so I think we're really excited to learn and understand the results.
It was a really great researcher answer. Thank you.
All right, so we have heard, prior to this session, you guys heard Lauren's really powerful story. And I think we just wanted to share a couple impact stories with you all from participants that have also additional participants that have enrolled in this program. Because I think, as we can't necessarily present results here because of the design, we have to wait until this study is concluded before we analyze the results, which hopefully we will be able to share with you guys soon in a couple years. But we know that this program is impacting people's lives, and so we can see that and we hear that, and we think that's very powerful. So we have, there's a participant who had recently enrolled. They receive about $75 a month from SNAP for a supplement. And they have really been, the patient really wanted to become healthier and do more physical activities and just become overall healthy. But because they've realized that they're aging, they're getting older, and this was a concern for them. And so they said, yes, $75 is better than nothing, but you cannot buy healthier foods and expect that to last all month. So I get caught up between buying foods that are processed or are not very healthy, yet I have food for the month, or buying foods that are healthier for me and running the risk of not having enough to get me through the month. I really like fresh fruits like mangoes, but they are kind of expensive and I can't always afford them. I am really excited to be given this opportunity to be part of this study so I can really eat healthier and start become a healthier person and start feeling better.
I love that. And I think that's a common message that we've been hearing among our study participants is this, it's not just about receiving money, it is also about how they can spend the rest of their money. So another participant story that we have is, again, about, having a usual budget that they can either, buy mostly healthy foods that will last a week, or using their budget to stretch for an entire month and needing to spend it on less healthy foods and more processed foods. So as a result of this program, they've been able to maximize the benefits of their food budget and have this dedicated money for spending on fruits and vegetables. And as a result of that, it's really been able to free up some of their headspace and some of their worry around how they're going to spend their money, how they're going to eat healthfully. And I think it's a great example of how this program can change lives in more than just in how much fruit and vegetables are consumed by people.
Yes, great. Well, thank you all for joining us for this session. If you guys have any questions about the Food as Medicine study, program, or anything for us, please feel free to email us at foodasmedicine@avera.org or give us a call. We are going to be going into a little break here. We realize that we're during lunch, so maybe you can take a quick lunch break.
Make sure to get your fruits and vegetables.
All right, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
There's so many teenagers out there that just don't feel like they're not doing good enough, or they just feel like they're lost, and they shouldn't have to feel like that. There should be help. This conference, the Better You Conference, will help. I feel like it's gonna open a box where they're gonna find tools. They're gonna hear people speak. They're gonna be like, hey, these people actually care about us. Our voices are actually being heard. Here's how we can help people. Here's how we can help our youth. Here's how we can help people stop hurting themselves or stop feeling like they are worthless. If you want to help our community, please consider donating, because you're not only just helping me, but you're helping thousands of kids in our community that are looking for hope, for some type of help.
when we got to the penitentiary are like, this is really happening. This is where I'm going to spend the next 60 days. The night before we had got pulled over, I just had this gut feeling that something was going to happen. We were gassed up, we got onto the interstate. I ended up getting high again. Flying around in the back seat, like laughing, recording myself on Snapchat, right? Just a mess. And I look back and we're being chased by the cops. And I remember thinking like, oh my God, is this happening? That's kind of how I met the judge the first time. So he sentenced me to 30 days in the Brookings County Jail. I got out in August, and then I started drinking again. And then I ended up going on the run again. I took a bunch of pills because I didn't want to deal with any of that anymore. And I just wanted it to go away. This time, when they caught me, I just knew, and I just surrendered. But the judge was like, I'm gonna show you what your life is gonna be like if you continue to keep making the choices that you're making. He could have reinstated those 4 years, and he sentenced me to 60 days in the women's penitentiary. He had the power to lock me away, like throw away the key. I knew like that this was the last time I was gonna see the outside for a while. A lot of the girls, like the stories that they had and how they're telling us about what it was like, because they've been there before, and I'm like, I don't want this. Like, I don't want that lifestyle. I don't want to be a part of that. I made a promise to myself and to God when I was in there that I would do whatever it took when I got out. Like, I wasn't gonna go back. It's gonna be 2 years for all of this, and I never thought that I could be where I am today. If he would have never gave me the chance, I wouldn't be here.
Wow. That story, I love Raylan's story. It's such power, such resilience. I'm Manny Gutierrez. I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Think 3D Solutions. Do a lot of facilitating for the leaders of tomorrow, specifically the justice-impacted community. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about mental health with the justice-impacted community. And I've got two rock stars of guests with me today. I'll let them introduce themselves. I was just about to introduce you as I said that, so I'm gonna let you go first, and then we'll let him go. See, I was gonna say your name again. It's a great reveal, right?
Well, hi, I'm Dr. Mo. I'm with Straight Up Care. We have a telehealth platform and ecosystem for people in recovery. So whether that be mental health, addiction, justice impacted, and then helping them gain work and become entrepreneurs and just be able to set themselves up for success in society.
Good. Welcome.
My name is Aaron Monkfold. I've worked with Justice Impacted for, it's been about the last 27 years. So most directly, I worked for a fatherhood program that we worked with individuals that were in South Dakota State Penitentiary. For an agency, it was about 9 years that I did that. And then for the last 8 years, I've been working with Volunteers of America. I'm doing parenting classes, healthy relationship classes, and in the last 5 years, addictions.
Nice. So. Nice. Plethora of experience, right? So we got the goods. So, but I wanted to really kind of shed some light on what justice impacted actually means, like what it used to mean to people, to like what it really means now. So when you hear somebody say justice impacted, or if somebody out there hears, what's justice impacted? What does that mean for you guys? What does that mean for each of you?
So, I mean, I think obviously the first thought that people have is the person that's in prison, in jail, or whatever, person that's going through the court system. But I think a lot of people forget about, all the other people that are left behind, right? So you have spouses, you have parents, you have siblings, you have aunts, uncles, children. I think when I think of justice impacted, I think of everybody that is, kind of in the orbit of that individual that's kind of, is going through the stuff.
Right.
So
Awesome, yes.
So yeah, I think of like the direct impacts and also the indirect impacts. So when we were thinking about what this session was going to look like, I was saying to myself, and even I kind of communicated to you, like maybe I don't fit what this looks like. Maybe I'm not somebody who's been impacted. Right. And then it took a minute to think about myself and the people in my direct life who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. And I thought, oh, I'm absolutely a justice impacted person as well. Not only working with people, but I am someone as well.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges, right? Like for me, part of my story was that I come from a family that's been justice impacted for so long, right? You know, my dad was incarcerated, my brother was incarcerated, my cousins, right? And then when you look at that in totality, how that affects every member, like you said, that is orbiting around this person, right? Christmas isn't the same when your brother's gone, right? Thanksgiving isn't the same. How do you go to school? How do you continue if you're in athletics or any activities? How does that continue when you look up in the stands and the person that you want or that you're used to seeing be there aren't there? How that impacts people. So, you know, when you think about that aspect, why do you think people detach from the concept of being justice impacted?
Well, I mean, when you think about, the concept, okay, so it's like there's a lot of shame and guilt that goes with it, or I think that's necessarily a big part of it. So if you're thinking about the kid in school, I mean, it's not really the popular thing to say, hey, my mom or my dad or my brother or my aunt, uncle, whatever, that they're in prison. That's just not a popular thing to say, and it can be embarrassing for others. Another thing too. I mean, if you're that, if you're that parent that's left behind, there's a lot of struggles that go with that. One of the things that is definitely true, and I've seen the other side of that. With some of the work that I've done, it's been not only with the individual that's been inside, but the people they left behind. So like the significant others, the kids, like that kind of thing. And there's a lot of struggles that goes with that. I mean, if you have an individual that, if the individual that's in prison, if they were like the primary income earners, their significant other left on the outside, there's a lot of struggles that, that go with that. So I think it's just kind of almost a way to, for a lot of people, just a lot of way to survive, to be able to kind of separate yourself from it, to be able to carry on. But I mean, it's hard, because you got to live it every day. If you're a parent of kids, I mean, it's like, where's dad? Well, or where's mom? Well, they're, where they're at. So.
And I think at the top of all of that is stigma, right? Yes. The stigma that comes with every piece of what being justice impacted looked like. And so being able to be a kid or have to talk about what it looks like, or just being able to want it not to be there, or the looks that you get from other people when you have to go get services through the state or whatever that might look like in order to make ends meet or be able to just navigate life, having somebody out of your life while they're sitting incarcerated. So there's a huge stigma piece that comes with all of it that nobody wants to talk about, because stigma always has to be bad, right? Like, it's just different, and different things scare us.
Right, I agree. So what because it's a powerful field, it's an impactful field. What drove you guys to work with this in particular community?
For a while I'd worked with kids, but then actually, initially, it was just kind of for lack of a better term, it was a shot in the dark just to kind of get a change of pace, right? So, again, my work started with fathers that were in the Department of Corrections system. So, it's incarcerated individuals, people who are on parole, that kind of thing. And really, just over the years of doing that, I really gained a passion for working with incarcerated fathers, wanting to reconnect with their kids, trying to maintain a connection, if that was still there, and it just carried forward. doing addictions counseling with Volunteers of America, like all my clients are individuals that are either on parole or probation. That's just the nature of our program.
Yeah.
And so being able to do that allowed me to carry forward, my work, because a lot of it is a lot of the work, especially like fatherhood work and that type of stuff, it's grant driven.
Yeah.
And so when it allowed me to carry forward my work working with individuals. And there's still, I would definitely say my passion is still fathers that trying to reconnect with their children and maintain that connection. That's definitely still my passion.
Yeah.
And we do land on that. But again, the addictions piece allows me to continue with that. So that's kind of where I've gotten into it.
For sure.
I'm glad you're in that space. So for me, let's take a trip back into the Wayback Machine for a
Yeah,
second.
let's do it.
But I do research, and so I was doing research about treatment and why treatment is not as successful as it could be. And I was starting to shake down some of the things in South Dakota specifically that we're doing, and I was realizing there was a disconnect in peer services. So peers as in you and I supporting other people, right? And then as I found what peer specialists were, which are people in recovery, and then I was like, well, I'm one of those. And so I became a peer specialist to better understand what does this look like to help other people navigate their recovery process. And I kept coming across people who are justice impacted and people who looked and sounded exactly like me. And so I just kept digging deeper and deeper. I got hooked up with the treatment courts, and I realized how supportive they were. And I just kept screaming from the seat, why can't we do this for everybody who's struggling with addiction so they don't end up being justice impacted? Why can't we impact them positively before they have a felony? And then I wanted to know, what are we doing to connect people who are participants who have made it through drug court with people who are walking through drug court? How do we use those peer services that I had learned about, the peer that I had became, how do we use that to help people navigate? And so I just dove straight into treatment courts and what it looked like. But also in my other life, or a portion of my life, I work with Midwest Street Medicine, which is a street medicine team that goes out and helps the vulnerable population and unhoused population. And so again, looking at this stigmatized space, and a lot of those people have been impacted. I know a lady we worked with just the other day had just got out of prison a couple of days ago and had no connection to services. It was like they just threw her out the door and she had nothing. And so being able to keep finding myself in those places where I see, addiction sometimes comes with justice impacted, which there's a whole bunch of anger that comes with that too, but it just is what it is right now. So yeah, those are the spaces where I just got involved, and it just kept getting, more and more, how can I help? What does it look like to advocate and to be a voice for those people whose voices might have been stripped away from them?
That's great. That's great. I think it's so important. You're taking up these spaces and being able to help. What are some obstacles you guys are facing though? As a professional, what are some things that you guys have to deal with, or is there something? Whereas, it's a tough field, right? This isn't built for the weak-hearted, right? Especially you're dealing with trying to reconnect fathers, right? What are some things that are affecting you, maybe, or how do you protect yourself from losing in that way where you're like, this is getting heavy? What are you doing? Some obstacles that you've gotten over?
Well, my work right now isn't directly trying to reconnect fathers. That's something that drives my passion. But I would say some of the obstacles. So a lot when you think of, I think a lot of individuals, let's say for instance, in facilities. So I think all the way back to the beginning when I started this. So one of the things that, and it was said, I heard this a number of times, was, why are we doing this? Because they're just going to come back to prison anyway, or they're just using it to, because one of the things I do is a series of classes. And so it was why are you doing this? They're just signing up for it to get out of their cell and that type of thing. So I think there can be an attitude that's part of that. And so I think that's a big barrier to get through, is other people's attitudes, other people's, misconceptions about how, individuals that are in the criminal, they're involved in the correction system, justice impacted individuals, how they are, what they did, that type of stuff. So dealing from, I think a lot dealing with other professionals also that kind of have their own mindset. As far as other barriers, I think, and I kind of to put it delicately or indelicately, the individual themselves. There's a big barrier with that. Just in that, if you have a person, you were talking about the woman that you were working with, that she just kind of pushed out the door and I have nothing. That's a big barrier to get over. That's like, that really, I think that really puts a person in a mindset where it's like, okay, I'm like already defeated, and being able to help people through that. Services, that's services available to individuals in the community. That can also be another one, to help refer them, get them guided into the right place and that kind of thing. That's also a big barrier. Now, when you're looking at quite honestly, you get Rapid City, Sioux Falls, maybe Brookings, some of the bigger communities in South Dakota, I think really they're trying to do a good job to be able to help people that are leaving with treatment services. You got the problem-solving courts that you're talking about. That's a good step in the right direction. Program that I work with is Criminal Justice Initiative. They provide, basic addictions treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, that type of stuff for individuals who are leaving. But what about people that don't live in these big areas, right? So, if you're talking about like Wagner, South Dakota, or, if you're talking about like Murdo, places like that, those services aren't available. And so I think that's a big barrier as well. So I think.
So we're being bold, right?
Be bold. Let me get it out here. That's what we talk about.
So the system is not set up for success. We know that, right? So that is a huge, beyond a barrier. And so getting butted up against the system every time when you're trying to help someone becomes hard. You get a little brash about that, and you just want to be able to bulldoze through what that looks like. And sometimes that means being very inventive on the way that you actually help people, right? Making sure, we're using those harm reduction techniques, what that might look like. And so that does become difficult when you know it's the right thing for this person and you know that it is the right thing, but there might be this awkward policy out there, from 400 moons ago that doesn't work anymore. That, and I think limiting beliefs, right? When people have the idea that they can't do any better, or they're not good, or they're broken, or whatever they've been told along their path. And so I find myself a lot of times cheerleading. Sometimes you may find me on the street medicine team out doing headstands with our homies, right? Or I'm planting plants, or I'm doing yoga, or I'm doing fun things because that's a social need too, right? It is good to have fun. Or I'm telling them, hey, I am so proud of you. Or I slip them a note in their book bag. Or I do those little things just to let them know, you have value. You bring value. Oftentimes I tell people who may have dealt drugs before, if you could do that, you think you could sell a car? Let's just shift pace, right? Let's take it from the illegal to the legal, and let's use the skills that you have, because no matter what someone's told you, you have skills inside of you to do whatever it is you want, right? You have these transferable skills. And so it's a lot of coaching and mentoring and just cheerleading, if you will. And so that's the fun part, but that other, walls and barriers that we come up against, they get difficult, and debriefing, I think, is often the answer. That and just getting creative, because sometimes we gotta power through.
Headstands.
That's right, headstands. I'm saying it.
We're gonna try that next week, right? So what are some I guess more common mental health issues that you've encountered with people that are justice impacted? I know for me, I've seen a lot of depression. There's that anxiety piece. Some PTSD stuff. What are some things that you're seeing more commonly in your fields or in your daily works?
So a lot of, and actually we talk about this quite a bit in groups. So a lot of individuals where you see, and this is just my observation. So I don't know, I don't have any statistics or anything. This is just my observation. So a lot of individuals that I see that come out of, facilities, a lot of anxiety and stress. I don't know necessarily if I go as far as to call it PTSD, but certainly it could be kind of in that realm. I look at it as however long you're there, I don't know necessarily if they're living, day to day in fear or whatever. However, you do, in different places, you definitely have to be vigilant of your surroundings. So if you're spending, years. Okay, let's say like for months is bad enough, but for some individuals, years.
Yes.
When you leave, you're definitely a changed person. So when individuals, when people come to our services and they're saying, hey, I'm experiencing anxiety, I'm experiencing levels of depression, I'm experiencing this and that, and it's dealing with their mental health. That's true. I mean, that's legit.
Yeah.
Just because you can't spend time in an environment like that, or even people that didn't even set foot in prison, but they're having to work through the criminal justice system, and you got to live your life day to day with all the stress and everything. That's legit stuff, and so that's one of the things. That's one of the things I notice about that, and that's not even including the people that. That's not even including the people that before they got to that point where they had mental health concerns going on too.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like so when you're talking about mental health and justice impacted people, I mean, you have individuals where maybe that was their prevalent before they got there, but then you have individuals that when they kind of get toward, and I'm just to say kind of get toward the end, kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel, what's going on with people just because they went through that whole experience.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I see.
For sure.
So I'm going to shift that a little bit, and I'm going to ask a question. What's the one thing that we teach people when we put them in prison?
Tell me.
We teach them how to be a prisoner, right? We teach them how to live in a fully different space. And so what does it look like, not unlike the military, right? What do we teach them in the military? We teach them how to be a soldier, a Marine, or whatever, right? So when they come back out, how do we teach them how to reentry? What reentry looks like. How do we teach them how to be a civilian again? Because we've had to learn all these skills about how to survive. And so as you were talking, I'm like, this is PTSD, right? Like if you've had to keep yourself safe, and we know that's an issue, that's a huge problem, or you haven't had any of your basic needs met, or a lot of your basic needs met in the way that you need. Thinking of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if we think of that bottom rung, we might be hitting a couple of those. They might be housed and they might be fed, but we're not hitting any of those psychological needs most often, right? And so a lot of times people do go in with mental health needs and addiction needs that they don't get taken care of, and then they're asked to isolate and stay in the space, and then they're like, okay, here you go, bye, without the aftercare that they deserve and they need, and then we wonder why people flounder, And when I think about mental health, I always throw addiction in there too. So, when we send somebody in and they are, they don't have their substance or their coping mechanism, and now they've got these other coping mechanisms, but they only work behind bars, then what does it look like when they come out? That's the only thing they know, right? Of course they're going to go back to it. Of course they were able to stay in sobriety, maybe, if they were in jail. But if people think that you can't get drugs and alcohol in prison or jail, you're crazy, because it lives there too, right?
For sure.
It just costs a little more and takes a little more effort, right? It's a little more risky. It's a lot more risky, right? So we have all these different things that come into play, whether it's before, during, or after, and then what does it look like when they get out? And now they have a huge mess, this mountain of fiery hoops that they have to jump through in order to just maintain a normal life, if you will.
So one of the things that you mentioned was, you're talking about working on, that peer support piece or whatever. I think that's something that could be like extremely helpful. So one of the things that I run into a lot, and I'm sure you have too, is you have this individual where where they've been incarcerated for a period of time, and hopefully during that period of time they've been sober, right? I mean, I'm not dumb. I mean, I realize there's probably opportunities there where they don't have to be, but they're not easy. And so where they've been not having used for a long period of time, and then they get out and they think, okay, well, I haven't used for 1, 2, 5, 10 years, and well, I don't have to worry about the aftercare piece. I don't have to worry about working on changing my environment and working on my coping skills better, because I got the sobriety piece. They don't realize that okay, so the environment they're in is this big, and now they're out in this big, great, big, wide world, right? And so you got all these choices. And so one of the things you were talking about with peer support, I mean, that's like that's something like that. That's a good idea as far as being able to hook people up with that, because because then that provide the perspective of hey, it's great that you're really confident and you're a go-getter and everything, but what happens when you're at the at the come and go downtown. And, you know, your old buddy from 10 years ago walks in and, hey, you know.
And so, on a cool note, we do have free services right now to be able to hand out to people in South Dakota for peer support, so super cool, so we can make some of those connections. And we're also working on some grant funding to get into the prisons and create these cohorts before they even get out, right? So they have people, or so they have the support they need while they're in there. And also, we're working with the warden here in Sioux Falls to get into the jails and get people trained. We want to build that workforce, man. There's so much value in lived experience, you know? Being justice impacted doesn't have to be bad. It just means you walked a different path and you know how to relate to other people that look and sound like you.
Yes. And again, I told y'all we got an awesome cast here, right? Because you, Dr. Mo, you out here in the peer specialist world, right? And I did some stats that you were talking about, so I did have those stats. Now, it's 44% of people in jail and 37% of those in federal prison have been diagnosed with a mental illness. Like, that's staggering, right? Those are huge numbers. And we just have our LOT JI behind the walls. We just got our pilot program, so we're back there doing some work and trying to rehabilitate and trying to bring some of this good stuff that we're giving the community. We want to give them the same thing so that they can get into the community and be productive and have some goals in mind and stuff like that. But also, one of the things that we teach is ACEs, and that was a huge part. That when we were behind the walls, those guys were like mind blown, like they never heard of it, right? Of adverse childhood experiences. And when you start to think of intergenerational trauma, and you start to look at how that relates and how that affects and impacts kids, and most of these guys that we're talking to have experienced these type of things, and like they teach you in ACEs, if your stress level is a constant spike, like you don't get a chance to regulate, the chances of you doing well in school, well in any type of organized activities and things, it starts to plummet, right? And I think the percentage of you ended up incarcerated is like 68%, right? From just the adverse childhood experiences, right? So when you look at that and you give these men this information, some of it, when you start to understand more of where you've come from, what your lineage, and when you start to understand the struggles that maybe you didn't even have a choice in, it was passed down to you, it starts to clear up some things.
I agree. As a person with an ACE score of 8, like I totally, and I was long past in my recovery for quite a while until I learned what my ACE score was and how ACEs came into play, what it means like in my life. And I was like, oh, I was almost predetermined to do all of the things that I did because whether it was smoking or doing drugs or drinking or whatever it looked like, or even being sick, right? But I took ownership in that. And I was like, okay, now I know this, but also what are my resiliency factors? Now that I know this is what could or did bother me, or things I have, you know, hoops I have jumped through, what does it look like for me to move forward? And I think, just like you said, having that understanding of what it can look like, and then wanting to beat the odds of what it could look like if you don't take control of it.
I don't know necessarily the approximates with women, but it was, because most of my work is men, but there was a conference that I had been a number of years ago, but in speaking of ACEs, the number was like crazy high. It was something like 75%. Now again, I'm just kind of, it's representational, but it was something crazy high, like 75%, 2/3, something like that. Men in facilities, those guys experience either physical or sexual abuse in correctional facilities. I mean, it's just a crazy high number. And, you know, when, you know, do classes and, you know, because we, you know, we talk about history like that a little bit, you know, either, you know, when we're thinking about like life history factors when it comes to addictions and stuff like that. And again, this is anecdotal, but there aren't people that go, no, that's not true. I mean, it's legit. I mean, it's 75%, 2/3, physical or sexual abuse.
And that's the part, right? They say it's like 90% of people who have experienced it or have gone through that in their life tend to be offenders or perpetrators of it, right? And again, what are we doing to tend to those needs, right? Because it's the wounded, right? You always hear the thing, hurt people, right? But what I think is more important than that is that heal people, and that's where you come in with the peer specialist, right? Or the lived experience. You say, hey, I've been there, I understand this. This is what I've learned from it, right? And you don't have to live in this way. Like, what are some coping skills that they can develop? And so if I shift the gear a bit and say somebody's fresh and they say, hey, I want to get into this field, right? I want to work with the justice impacted. I want to change the world, all the things. What are some things you want them to know coming into this field? What are some tips you can give them in saying, hey, this is what you can expect, and this is what you should be on the lookout for as they're jumping into this field?
And I don't think this is, in my view on this, I don't think this is pessimistic in any way. But I think people jumping into this, they shouldn't necessarily look for, oh, thank you, it was a great job or whatever, because a lot of it, they're not that way.
Right.
I think they should also be on the lookout for, and again, you're talking about coping mechanisms. Okay, so there are coping mechanisms that help us get what we want in a way that's good for everybody, and there's coping mechanisms that help us get what we want in ways that aren't really good for anybody except me, but maybe not even really good for me either. Kind of like the level of dishonesty. And I'm not talking about necessarily like it's this overt dishonesty that the people that are justice impacted are, that they're dishonest people, but it's like a level of dishonesty to oneself, right? So it's like what I work with people on is I try and explain, okay, so it's not, I don't care. I don't care what people tell me. I'll just meet people where they're at, right? So I just take everything at face value. But what's important is the level of being able to be honest with yourself, because then you understand what the problem is. You know what the baseline is. You know where you got to go, right? I was reading a book. The ability, I was reading a book, and one of the lines in there was, you have to be able to know what you don't know. Right? Yeah. So it's like if you don't even know what you don't know, you got a problem, but you have to be able to know what you don't know. You have to be able to know, what the problem is, through, honesty with yourself is important. And so I think professionals working with justice impacted, they have to be able to be prepared to be able to work with that. They have to be able to deal with that. It's not that people are, I don't think it's that people are being shifty, that people are being defiant. It's just the coping skills. And, if I got to wake up every day and I got to think about, okay, yeah, because I went to prison or I went to jail or whatever, my kids are in foster care, and because I'm using, because I'm using meth every day or whatever, or I've done all these other things and my kids are in foster care and it's all because of me.
Right.
Oh my God, that's a crappy way to live your day every day, right? But if I can say, well, if so and so wouldn't have done this, or if the judge wouldn't have been too hard on me about this or whatever, it just all would have been better. It's not a lack of responsibility. It's like, okay, how I view it. How do I get through the day? And so you got to be able to be prepared for that as a professional.
Yeah. Denial stuff.
Yeah. And it can be very, very frustrating for people, as far as like a professional, it can be very, very frustrating.
Yes.
Because it's like, right here in your face, right?
Yeah.
It's not that obvious to some people.
I try to tell people, it doesn't matter if you know.
Yep.
If they don't know. Right? So it's like, you can know the answer. And you can tell them, hey, this is it right here. But if you can't help lead them to it, it's not going to matter.
Yep.
Right? I'll let you chime in.
All right, so if I was, giving advice to somebody who is getting into this field and was interested in helping people and thinking they could change the world, I would say do it, because you can, right? It may not be the world overall, but it would be the world for many people, and that's absolutely worth it. Yeah. And I would say compassion, passion, and boundaries, right? So compassion is always remembering that where they came from. I always think like, what happened to you? I'm not like, oh, what's wrong with you? Or why would you do that? It's what happened to you. Yeah. Because when I walk around this world with that idea, I know that everybody has went through something, because we all have, and it makes me not angry. So when the lady cuts me off on the road when I'm driving home and flips me off, I'm like, well, okay, something happened to her and she's having a bad day. I'm not like, hey, I'm gonna give her the bird back, right? So that compassion to understand.
Write that down. Hold on, man, you do not.
We'll flip Dr. Mo off. And then passion, right? Show them that you care. Be authentic. Use that passion to advocate a little bit above and beyond, right? If you do this thing, I'm holding your hand, we're going together. But I am not going to drag you. There's no way I'm dragging you along this path, but we will walk hand in hand the whole entire way. And if you can throw a little further than that, then do it, right? If you're not breaking your boundaries. And those boundaries have to be strong. As a person who, you know, sometimes wavers on those, you have to have strong boundaries to say, this is what I will, this is what I can do. And I would do this if I could, but I live inside these areas and these parameters because of A, B, and C. And if you don't waver from them, people respect that 110%. But if you come in some days and you're like that, and other days you're like this, they ain't gonna respect you or let you in at all. So I think if you can keep in those areas and then keep those rose-colored glasses on, you know that you can help people and just keep running.
For sure. I think another thing when we think about that is it's like, hey, I'm getting into this field. I have to be, you know how you say, and you were saying, you know, the client would have to be honest with themselves. I think as the professional, be honest with yourself and say, hey, I got to recognize and figure out my blind spots, right? Places where inside of me that maybe I don't know is a trigger, right? Because I think oftentimes you go into a situation and you think you know, and I think you had touched on that, right? It's knowing what you don't know. And how am I going to prepare myself for the unexpected, right? How do I do that? And what are my outlets? What are some of the things that I'm going to do to take care of my own mental space, my own mental health, my own emotional space? If you guys want to touch on that quickly, I mean, we're almost out of time. We could do this for about 2 hours.
So yeah, I have, go ahead. I have something real quick that I do with my students. So we do something called a biases assignment. And so I ask them to think about 3 of their top biases, what those biases look like, where it came from, and how will it impact other people. And so just doing that, 3 different things give you a lot of insight. If you so choose to take that task, you got to dig deep. I have something that I always share with my students, and it kind of breaks them apart and allows them. But I also tell them, if those biases thoughts comes in, you're not a bad person. The only time it becomes bad is when you act on that. So if you have these thoughts that flutter in, and you're like, ooh, that's not okay, boom, then you're nailing it. You're in the right space to get over that biases. And then you can move, further, and you don't negatively impact people as you navigate that.
Yeah. Aaron, 30 seconds, man. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to tell people what you want people to come away with today. If they can come away with anything, what would you tell them? Pressure!
Oh my God, yeah, that is a little bit of pressure. No, so you were talking a little bit about self-care. I think that's an important thing. So I mean, everything that we said I think is important, but I also think that if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be effective for anyone, right? And so what Dr. Mo was talking about was like boundaries, I think, because I was looking at the question that you had about self-care, and I was thinking, boundaries, and this is going to sound like classroom stuff, but I mean, I think boundaries and remembering ethics is important, and to be able to take care of yourself. Boundaries in that, I don't do things that compromise my values. I'm able to, put that up, and then also being able to say, okay, when enough is enough, this is my space. This is what I'm doing for right now, and nothing comes through that. Not working. She was talking about not pushing someone along, dragging them along, but kind of working with them. One of the things as a newer professional, I had a lot. I had not problems, but it was like all gung ho and being able to. And it's not being and it's not being cynical, but it's realizing I can't work harder than the other person. 100%. So I think that's a big thing.
Great stuff. I appreciate your guys' time. Tame is going to be here, and he's going to give you some good stuff. He'll be closing out for us here, but thank you for you guys' time again. Thank you, guys. We'll see you guys soon.
Navigating the complexities of mental health in today's world can feel like an uphill battle with obstacles around every turn. But amidst the chaos and uncertainty, there is hope. A pathway to resilience and strength lies within each of us, just waiting to be discovered. A starting point available to all of us begins with acknowledging the mental health challenges that we face and embracing a mindset of gratitude. Engaging in daily gratitude practices can significantly improve our overall well-being by fostering a positive outlook on life. Research even suggests that expressing gratitude on a daily basis can lead to reduced stress levels, increased resilience, and enhanced mental and emotional health. Each day, Carve out intentional time and take a moment to reflect on the blessings in your life. From the simple joys of a sunrise to the comfort and the presence of a friend, gratitude has the power to shift our perspective and illuminate the path forward. Another cornerstone of resilience is investing into quality relationships. Fostering quality relationships can enrich our lives by providing emotional support, companionship, and a sense of belonging. Strong social connections have been linked to improved mental health, higher levels of happiness, and increased longevity. Investing time and effort into nurturing meaningful relationships can lead to greater resilience during times of adversity and a deeper sense of fulfillment in life. Make the decision, take the action steps towards surrounding yourself with individuals who lift you up, who offer support and understanding without judgment. Lean into these relationships in times of needs and allow their presence to be a source of strength and comfort. But resilience is not just about external support. It's also about turning inward and taking inventory of where you are at in this point in your life. Take regular personal inventory to measure progress and growth, which allows you to reflect on accomplishments and setbacks, both of which fosters self-awareness and self-improvement. This practice promotes a sense of accountability and empowerment. As individuals become more attuned to their strengths and areas for development, they can begin to grow with purpose. By acknowledging progress, individuals can stay motivated and focus on their goals, leading to continued growth and success, especially when attempting to pull themselves out of those ruts and the challenges that we all face ourselves with when it comes to mental health. So, make sure that you're reflecting on your journey, on your progress, and the obstacles that you already have overcome. Celebrate those small victories and milestones along the way, for they are the building blocks of resilience. Whether it's completing a daunting task or simply getting through a challenging day, every achievement deserves recognition. By honoring your successes, you reinforce your resilience and fortify your spirit. Remember, overcoming mental health challenges is not about being alone. It's about a collective effort fueled by compassion, understanding, and support. Together, we can break down the barriers and build a community of resilience and hope. So, take a deep breath and take that first step towards resilience. Your journey begins now. You're not alone. Together we can rise above these challenges and embrace a future filled with hope and possibilities. Health. And so we've heard some great stories, some great ideas, some great tools that we all can focus on. How do we start to build this pathway towards a better you? We talk about this a lot at Think 3D, that a better you is better for everyone. This is that simple idea of how do you take those next best right steps to find that pathway? And the reality is we have a world with so many things around us, busyness, the challenges of having kids and activities and the stressors of life. This next 35, 40 minutes is really going to be about one step. What's one thing that you can actually put into practice to just take that step forward? And we talk about this a lot at Think 3D about every single day when you wake up, if a bottle of water happened to be an example of your energy, there's 3 buckets you can choose to pour your energy into. It's the bucket of things that I can control, the things that I can influence, and the things that I'm concerned about. Now, anyone who actually takes inventory over their whole life, ask yourself, how much time, energy, and effort are you spending around things that you can't control or influence, but you're concerned about? And that's oftentimes where people find themselves getting consumed in these things that truly are concerning. But if I can't control it, which is myself, my energy, my attitude, my effort, nor if I cannot influence these things, what are we actually doing with that energy? And so that's my challenge in this space, that really, it's about taking that next step. This next 35 minutes is really going to be about empowerment. There's a beautiful word, empowerment. To empower somebody is to give them authority over that. And in a world of freedom, I really am challenged by this in a lot of ways. We talk about freedom a lot in our country. We love our freedom as we should. And when we think about this idea of freedom, we have the freedom to choose who you marry, the freedom to choose where you live, the freedom to choose where you work, all these freedoms. And yet, so often we find ourselves absolving ourselves of that very idea of leaning into the things that I can control. For me, this was a huge step 25 years ago when I found myself in deep depression at 19 years old, not knowing what the point was. Where do I go next? What are those next steps? And I just remember that dark space of how do I find my way out of that? And thankfully for me, I had a daughter at age 17, which kept me from navigating, I would say, into that area of suicidal thoughts, but it just felt stuck. Literally, I went 2 whole months listening to the same exact song everywhere I went. My car, it was a song by DMX called Slippin'. And just asking myself, like, what's the point? Where do I go? And it started with this simple idea of giving myself permission to say that you're worth it, that you are worth more than what this is. And the only way to find out what is on the other side is to take that simple step. And so in this next session here, this building a pathway to a better you, it's really about grit. Not about grit in the typical way that you think about just work hard and push through, because that's not the answer. You can't just get up and work hard when you're in the mud, right? You're just like quicksand. You just feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper. But it's grit, it's gratitude, it's relationships. It's taking real personal inventory over your life and then tallying your wins. And so as we explore this, I want to challenge you to get out that piece of paper. I'm going to cover these 21 things. I'm not going to touch on each one of them. But at the end of this, we're going to be sending out an email with a 21-day challenge, right? This is, I don't care where you're at, if you're doing well in life and you're just here to improve yourself for those around you, because as we always say, the best gift that you can give the world is the next best version of you. And so the promise in this is if you would just take this 21-day challenge, 5 minutes a day, just to give it a little bit of mindfulness, watch and see how your life just changes, even if it's 1%. But that 1% represents a step forward. And that really starts with this first one, gratitude. Touching on this first bullet, it's about shifting your perspective. Now, my business partner, Vonnie, as many of you know, he talks about this a lot, that every single day there's 2 things that are promised to you, or 2 things that are given to you, and that is a chance and a choice. The reality is this: every single day when you wake up, recognize this. There's 100,000 people on this planet every single day that didn't wake up today. So if you woke up, if your eyelids opened up, no matter what you're going through, you get a chance. There's another chance to do it better or to improve, to take one step forward. And then from that, as soon as you put your feet on the floor, now you have a choice. Now you have a choice to ask yourself, okay, what can I do today? What am I willing to do? And deciding what kind of day you want to have. And so this chance and a choice really is going back to this idea of empowerment, that freedom that we have. But it's the gratitude of the things that are right with life, because yes, you can turn on the news, you can scroll through social media, and you're going to be inundated with an abundance of things that are going wrong with the world. But if we just pause for a moment and we can shift our perspective and we can start to identify the things that are right with life. Again, even if it's the simple fact that I woke up and I have another chance, that I have breath in my lungs. That for me, just about a year ago to this, in April, I found myself in a hotel lobby literally not being able to breathe. I was choking and had to have someone Heimlich me. And it was that simple moment of just that reminder of that next breath that's not promised to all of us. And so in that idea of gratitude, shifting our perspective, that if you're hearing this, if you're seeing this, having gratitude for what is in this moment, which lends into this next one, which is optimism. Now, optimism isn't something you can just choose. For a lot of people, you have to actually work on that. But the opposite side of this really is asking ourselves, what's the alternative? Because you can look down the pathway of pessimism. You can look to other people in the world around you, and as we simply observe the people we engage with on a regular basis, what happens when people aren't at least reaching for optimism or reaching for the positive? You will get sucked in like a tidal wave with negativity. It is everywhere. It's in our workspaces. It's in the world all around us. And so reaching for optimism, I like to lean into the story that I heard reading the book Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. So for those who are unfamiliar, Viktor Frankl was a survivor of Auschwitz, the World War II death camps in Germany, where you had a 1 out of 28 chance of surviving, not good chances at all. And he really called out in this book, there was 2 things that really was the determining factors of those who actually made it through, the 1 out of 28, less than 5% that actually survived, and the ones that didn't. And he said one of those was determining or choosing where they placed their mind. He would share the idea or the story that he would often think about being reunited with his wife and his daughters. He would think about placing his focus on imagining surviving these death camps and then giving a lecture about it in classrooms and college campuses all around the world. And so again, in that moment, he said, the last of the human freedoms, the one thing that nobody can take from you is where you choose to place your focus. And everyone who's watching this, again, we've all been through different things. Now, I don't want to make light of what anyone's going through, but you look at really what was going through this man's mind or his circumstances where he was in these death camps, seeing 95% of the people that were in these camps dying and getting killed and all the various things. And even in that moment, he said, nobody can take from me the choice of where I place my mind. But then tethered to that was hope. He said, he shared stories, as soon as people lost hope, they would die often within days, not necessarily because of the direct circumstances of what was happening in these camps, but it was simply just like, again, what's the point? And they just sat down, laid down, and just gave up. And so reaching for hope, reaching for optimism, in that idea of which direction do you go, why would we choose otherwise without reaching for a little bit of optimism? Which leads to this last one, which is relationships, which is going to be the next step in a second. But really in this idea of these social bonds, I heard this beautiful saying a few years ago. Think from a banking perspective, right? If you have money in a bank account and your money appreciates in value, what happens to it? It grows in value, it appreciates. The saying was, that in which you appreciate, appreciates. So what if you just started to appreciate the relationships in the world around you just a little bit more? If you truly said, I don't care if you have one friend, but tell that friend what they mean to you and say, man, out of all the hundreds and thousands of people that I know, you're at least one of my friends that I can count on. Show that person appreciation. When you do that and you appreciate the people that have been there for you, because again, in this space, I know when I was in depression, it felt like no one cared, it didn't matter. And my reality was, it may not have felt like it at times, but again, there absolutely was individuals there that cared about me. I remember early 20s when a friend of mine actually took their life and having to go to their funeral. And I just remember just the sadness that I felt because again, like, man, did I not show appreciation in that moment? And reverse-wise, again, they felt like they had no outs when they had hundreds of people filling up this church, remembering and sharing stories and being sad together. But the reality is we all have dozens of people, somebody who cares about you. And even if, again, it feels like no one's there, reach out. Somebody out there cares. And so when we show appreciation for others, it gains in value in our relationships. Which leads me to this next story I want to share of Jeremiah. Now, Jeremiah was a gentleman I met about 9 months ago, moved to Sioux Falls about a year ago, and he talked about how his perspective changed and realizing the real importance of relationships. So I'll let Jeremiah tell his story and how impactful that was to his life.
I'm sure somebody somewhere said you can tell a lot about a person by looking at their eyes. This picture was taken on March 1st of 2023.
Life sucks.
It was one of the most lowest point in my life.
And I don't understand why these things are happening to me.
I was in such a dark place.
I've simply came here to help my cousin.
Just 2 hours ago, we learned that 3 people are being detained after an armed robbery.
I let my cousin borrow my car to go to work, and I never saw him again.
He's involved in an armed robbery. He used my car, knowing that that was the only form of transportation that I had, knowing that we had rent to pay.
Rent is the largest item in our
all these other things. It was just like, I was shocked.
And for the first time in my life, I felt like I was doing life by myself, and I had no one to lean on. It felt like things kept piling on top of each other.
It scarred me because I just like, okay, I couldn't trust people because I didn't know what they were gonna do.
Man, it's crazy. Life can change for the better once you have the right people by your side.
I am a person. I have emotions. I need to express those emotions. I need someone to listen to me. The thing about love is you have to put yourself out there and understand that there is a 50-50 chance that you might get screwed over.
This is the way he keeps from being hurt.
They say life is a gamble.
So it definitely helps to have people to talk to, face to face.
And fortune favors the brave.
Just to get all that stuff out.
In many ways, I see this being very true in my life.
I'm just learning to see the value in having meaningful relationships again.
So the power of relationships, right? There's a great story from Jeremiah who in 9 months has built some great foundational relationships in Sioux Falls. And it's a great story of just putting yourself out there. He literally showed up to an event recommended by his boss. Something about him sparked and it just said, I had to meet this young man. And from there, he joined our Young Kings Collective. And now we're really understanding like this, the power, the true power of meaningful relationships, the power of rising tides lift all boats. And in this, relationships is such a undervalued idea, undervalued reality for most of us. Now, there's a book I read about a year ago called The Good Life. Highly recommend it. And what it is the highest or longest standing study on happiness that exists. Harvard's been studying out this longitudinal study on happiness for over 80 years. Let that sink in, over 80 years. And all these data points, generational, thousands of people, it came down to one thing above everything else. It wasn't a close 1-2. The number one indicator on your level of happiness in life came down to your relationships, period. And so I often ask the questions, how often are you examining the relationships in your life? A few years ago, about a year and a half ago, we did a conference, our mental health topic at one of our community table talks. And in that, studies again suggest that so many people are feeling alone. And there was about 140 people that showed up there that day. And so when people are in those spaces, it does take a little bit of vulnerability of putting yourself out there. But Vonnie made a great point at the end of that night. He had said, a lot of you are going to leave this gathering of 140 people and go home and be alone and feel alone when there's over half this room that are probably feeling similar. So how do you start to reach out? Yes, again, it's a little bit vulnerable in that space. But again, the reality is if you want to get to that next step or just that next point of happiness, it's going to take deepening your relationships. And so asking our second question in that, how often not only are you examining your relationships, but how often are you committing to the things that you can do to improve that relationships? Whether that's with your parents, a sibling, a spouse, your children, your coworkers. The reality is, even if you only have 1% opportunity, out of 99%, you can't control a lot of those things. Even if it was just 1%, what does that 1% look like? What are the things that you can do to deepen relationships? Because again, if you're going back to this study, 80 plus years, it says the number one indicator on your level of happiness in life comes down to relationships. How do we start to improve upon relationships? So in that, I want to touch on three things in this, right? Earlier in the previous session, Dr. Mo had talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And there's a reason why we haven't come along with an updated model, because this is rooted in human behavior, right? You get to those first two rungs, food, water, shelter, security, right? Important foundational things. But that rung 3 is so overlooked oftentimes, and that is a sense of belonging. Think about back to that experience being a kindergartner in grade school, in middle school. You're always asking yourself that question, do I belong? Now, this is deeply wired in our DNA because for most of human existence, what happened if you didn't belong to the tribe or if you got outcast? That meant death. You needed community to survive. As human beings, we don't have a teeth like a lion. We don't have the strength of a gorilla. We have our mind and our social connections, and it was that social connection that was deeply rooted into us that says we need this for survival. And so this idea of sense of belonging, we know now that we are more connected than ever before in terms of social media, but we know we're also more disconnected as well because we are losing sight of the physical relationship. Now, maybe 1,000 years from now or hundreds of years from now, it'll start to change as people start to evolve. But the reality is we have to lean into real sense of belonging starts with those core relationships we have today, which reinforces our self-esteem, which reinforces our self-worth, which leads me to this next idea of stress reduction. Now, the reality of this, we talk about this at Think 3D all the time. We work with organizations, all shapes and sizes. And one of our clients, First Premier, they actually have relationships in their views and values. I think every organization should have relationships built into their views and values in some way, shape, or form. And the way we lean into this, we talk about our vision statement at Think 3D, and that's to redefine the definition and expectation of workplace and community culture. Why we have to redefine this? I remember years back ago when I was in corporate America, and one of the companies I worked for used Gallup as an employee engagement survey. And one of the questions that came up on Gallup was, do you have a best friend at work? And what's interesting about this, if I asked you, what's the purpose of having an actual best friend? Someone to turn to confide in, to encourage me, to laugh with, to do life with, right? Well, the reality when the average working professional spends between 50 and 75% of the waking hours at work, going to work, thinking about work, decompressing from work, etc., these no longer become just your coworkers. These are really people that you're doing life with. And I asked this simple question: how many of you in the last 3 months has found yourself one point or another frustrated at work? And people usually laugh because everyone's been frustrated at work. Well, I asked them, when you're frustrated, who do you want to turn to? You want to turn to someone you trust and someone that you can confide in. Well, if you have less than desirable relationships or people that you can trust in at work and you don't have anyone to vent to, what do you do with that stress? You hold it in. And we talked about this a couple sessions ago, food as medicine. Well, core of this, we talk about this, 5 of the top 6 things that are killing us literally in this country is disease tied to stress. What's the number 1 cause of stress? Work. When you spend that much time at work. And so how do we start to redefine our definition of what we can control? What are you doing to deepen relationships, specifically at work, knowing that you're going to be frustrated? It happens everywhere. I own my own business, and there's times I'm frustrated. But it's having people that I can talk to, I can speak with, to believe in, and also reinforce the things I need to hear in those moments is important so we can reduce our stress, which leads me to this last part, happiness, right? Happiness is the point. Now, I heard a great quote from Thich Nhat Hanh. He was a Vietnamese monk, and he had said, there's no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. And what's interesting about this, when we talk back to relationships, if I were to ask all of you right now, if you were in a room and I was doing a training with you, I'd say, hey, write down maybe a few of the top memories that you had, the best moments of your life. And I would be willing to bet that the common through line between all of your experiences is it had to do with other people. When you think about the best moments in life, it wasn't like it just happened in a vacuum. It was you were doing it with somebody else. The birth of a child, celebrating an anniversary, going on a cruise, just doing all these things, your kids. There's other people involved in that. And so think about the quality of what relationships do for you towards your happiness. Which goes back to this next one, inventory. Now, I lead Leaders of Tomorrow. We have a great program in the community called Leaders of Tomorrow. And there's a mentorship continuation process called Author of My Life. And the power behind personal inventory is looking back at how do we take real tangible steps moving forward. And you can't move forward in life if you don't know where your starting point is at. And so I have people go through this personal inventory where I simply ask this question: what would it take right here at this point in your life? What would it take to get to a 10 in these 8 different categories? So health, personal relationships, finances, spirituality, etc. And as you start to identify the things that it would take for you to get from where you are to a 10, you will now identify clear things that you can start to work towards. Then the simple goal from there is pick 2 things that you can pick up and you can start to move forward every 3 months. 3 months is such a beautiful time frame because any month can get away from you. We all been there on holiday seasons or a life event happens and you just get sucked up in the busyness of a month. But 3 months is 2,160 hours. And so how do we start to move life forward in clear and present increments that know that today is better than it was 3 months ago? And if I stay on this simple path, it really is that simple. It's a simple choice of going through the exercise and doing an inventory of your life, and then just picking 1 or 2 things that over the next 2,160 hours, right, next 3 months, I'm going to start to move those things forward. When you do that, you get this beautiful word called progress. And as Tony Robbins talks about, motivational guru, again, great at what he does, he says progress equals happiness. And that's really where oftentimes we find ourselves discontent or dissatisfied with life, is when it all seems the same. The days turn into weeks and months. But if you knew you were starting to make intentional progress moving forward, what can that do in your life? Which leads us to self-awareness. It really goes down to this space. I really believe that I study success a lot. And most of the world, when you find yourself in these manners of depression or stuck in a rut, it's when it feels like, man, I'm chasing these things externally. Well, if you want to know the real secret of success in life, it comes down to self-discovery. And so really identifying what are those things that I say it would take to get to the next level, or what are the things that are most important to you, and again, start to take one simple step at a time, which gets into building your confidence. When we do this session called Success Mindset with our clients, I have people talk about what are the areas of success, or what are the identifier behaviors of success? And people talk about confidence and happiness and joy and humility, all these various things. But if you start to move these things forward every few months, it starts to build your confidence. Now, I built this personal inventory process about 5 years ago, and I've made a commitment. I'm going to move at least 2 things forward every 3 months. And so again, 5 years I've been doing this. So that means at minimum 2 a quarter, 8 a year. Over 5 years, there now today, I stand in front of you right here today, there's over 40 things that are now true in my life that weren't true 5 years ago. And so from that, you start to say, man, what does that do to build my confidence? I start to have a different level of belief of what's possible, because if I write it down and I start to get the detailed steps of how to get there, that's going to build my confidence. Which leads us to this last one is promoting growth and development. Now, in this, again, inherent to all of us as human beings is the idea of striving for more. Again, there's always more potential inside of each and one of us. But this is where we go back to this idea that the best gift you can give the world is the next best version of yourself. If you truly want to help other people, you have to build yourself to be that next version of yourself. If you find yourself in that state of complacency and it's like, what's the point? It's because you're probably not growing in certain key areas of your life. Now, in that space, striving for improvements is huge. Les Brown, the motivational speaker, had said this beautiful statement. He had said, if you don't have a goal in life, you're basically a wandering generality. And that really strikes home for a lot of people. It's like, who wants to wear that t-shirt? Hey, I'm just a wandering generality. Well, nobody wants to wear that. But the reality is, for us to avoid that, are you taking clear and present steps to move forward? Now, key in that, you see 80+% of people, is most estimates right now, stop setting goals. Primarily because history has said, I'm probably not going to hit my goals anyway. Well, the key of this is detailed steps. So the science behind this is not only setting goals, but those who have detailed steps of how they're going to accomplish their goals. Again, write out all the details, so you just have to aim for the next best right step. Those who have not only goals, but detailed plans of how they're going to accomplish their goals are 10 times more likely to hit their goals. If I said to you, hey, you're 10 times more likely to succeed at anything, and science backed it up, why would we not do it? So part of that challenge is simply going down to saying, how can I start to take just the next best right step? And it comes down to the details. But I'm going to share this next story of Benson. Benson he went through Leaders Tomorrow a couple of years ago. He went through Author of My Life. And if I could point out to one person that had the highest level of commitment to actually putting these things into practice, Benson is that true example of that. So I'll let him tell his story of how important it was taking inventory and how that has built towards his wins.
I find solace in the rhythm of routine.
I use running as a vehicle to help me to be the best version of myself. Positive mindset is very important to mental health because it is how sometimes we perceive things.
I find solace in the rhythm of routine, the freedom of running.
A positive mind always looks to thrive, and thriving means you have to set up goals.
The freedom of running, uplifting my mood.
Fear kind of holds people back. The fear of even getting started gets into a lot of people. Comparison is a thief, steals away joy. It's about walk your own journey, run your own pace, and start somewhere, because everybody's journey started somewhere.
Uplifting my mood, easing stress.
And for that is a plan to have the better day today, to have the best day today, which in the end brings up the best portion of themselves for that day. I'd say start small and focus on what you have at the moment instead of the bigger picture. It's today, what do you have going on today that you can replicate that again tomorrow?
Easing stress, nurturing peace.
And it's a concept of the small things consistently over time. And the daily agenda is really what helps you to live the best life that you want to live. And best life is not a destination, it's just a day. To be a better version of me, I need to practice living every day with intention.
I find solace in the rhythm of routine, the freedom of running, uplifting my mood, easing stress, nurturing peace, and empowering me to become the best version of myself.
So Benson talked about the pathway of living your best life. What's interesting about this, I ask this question oftentimes, out of the maybe hundreds or even thousands of people that you know, how many could really say they have even examples of people who are genuinely living their best life? And one of the most core basic things that anybody could start doing tomorrow is just start recording a win every single day. I cannot tell you the impact that this has on individuals who actually put into practice. Now, why this is so challenging for a lot of people is, especially in America, we have this Super Bowl mentality, right? We often only count things as wins if it's the Super Bowl, you get that promotion, you go on vacation. And it's important for sure to celebrate those big victories, but we have to be able to recognize the wins on a regular basis, because if you don't feel like you're winning, then what does it feel like you're doing? Losing. And so we call this good going on offense. We do this in all of our classes. We start off our meetings this way. We encourage our clients to do this. Take just a second to identify and talk about a win, because in that space of looking for wins, it starts to change our trajectory. Now, Bonnie uses this example all the time. He said, if I'm looking dead center down the middle of a room, what's the chances that I go left versus right? From down the middle, it's 50-50, right? What if I just turn myself ever so slightly, maybe 10 degrees this way? Now what's the likelihood I go right versus left? Much higher. Same thing goes with the mentality of looking for wins. It activates your reticular activating system in your brain. All of us have experienced that the last time you got a new vehicle. What'd you see on the car the road the next day? You saw a bunch of vehicles, same make, same model, same color, those type of things. It's because your brain is now paying attention to it. And so the simplicity of looking for wins start to build momentum into your life. And so 3 things I want to touch on really quick when tallying your wins, looking for wins. Number 1, it promotes positive thinking. Now, if you haven't heard this, if you've been a part of an LOT session, the average individual has about 60,000 thoughts a day. 60,000 thoughts a day. When there's only 86,400 seconds in a day, that means, again, almost every second and a half or so, you're having thoughts happening 24/7, 365. And so looking for wins, noticing wins, talking about wins starts to promote this positive thinking. In the space of that, if you're not thinking this way, again, if you just go into the day or neutral, the likelihood of you shifting to negative is high, because you can see negativity around the water cooler, you see negativity on the news, you see it all over. And so we have to go on offense with looking for wins. The second one I want to touch on is inspiring others. This is a big one for us, and really especially when we talk about mental health, is I heard this some years ago from my pastor. He had said, it's hard to be depressed when you're not thinking about yourself. Now, again, I know that for a lot of us, when you're in the thing, it's hard to really think about other people. Well, back to that opening statement of gratitude, which is kind of fosters gratitude, a full circle idea. Thinking about the things that you're grateful for, pouring into other people, it starts to shift our perspective. And so when we get back to this idea of what can you do to help others or start uplifting other people, my reality is this: on my worst days, I don't care what the worst is, especially in America, be clear on this. Any day, on your worst day, there's probably 5 to 6 billion people, with the B, 5 to 6 billion people on this planet that would trade places with you. Now, it's not to minimize what we're going through, but the reality is, how do we start to inspire others? The idea of to inspire is to breathe into. And so simply by looking for these wins, noticing these wins, one of my mantras is that you teach through the clarity of your example. I'm somebody who's, don't tell me what you read in a book. Don't tell me what you saw somewhere else. Show me it works, because if you're not living that example, how can you really inspire others? How can you breathe life into other people? And so the reality is, as you look to raise up the people around you, rising tides lift all boats, if you focus on making people around you better, it will automatically start to pour back into your life and start to make you better. And so again, this is a simple thing. If, regardless of what you're going through, this next week, I would just challenge you, if you tried that, just compliment 3 people a day and just start doing it over a regular basis and see how that simple idea of not focusing on yourself or what you're going through, but how can I help somebody else? Now, I'm not one that promotes, again, oh, always could be worse, because that, I hate that standard of until you're dead, that's always a reality. But the reality is, there's always somebody who could use encouragement. There's always someone else that's going through something, and we don't know what that always is, but if we go on offense with rising tides, it's going to pour back into our lives, which leads us into this last one, well-being. Well-being, as we talk about this conference, right, a Better You Mental Health Conference, well-being is really about fulfillment and satisfaction. Now, you want a bonus, if you would, of something that everyone can do. I heard this from Steve Harvey. Everyone who has a television knows who Steve Harvey is. And it was actually 3 years ago in February. I caught this video that he was speaking about, and he said, develop a list of 300 things that you want. Now, most of us in the Midwest, our Midwestern modesty is like, 300 things? I can't want 300 things. But I know I've heard his story. He was homeless when he was early in his career, starting out comedy in his car, all these struggles that he went through. From that point to being on television, to being worth so much dollars, having all this success, impacting people. I said, I'm going to try this. He said, you're going to get stuck around 75 because it's not natural for most people to want these things. But I started developing my list. And when I developed out a list, I started to recognize, man, these are things that if I look at it every day, he said, you're going to knock off 25, 30 things a year. And lo and behold, I started in February of 2021. I knocked off 22 things off my list that year. The next year, 2023, I knocked off 25 things off my list. Last year, I hit 28. So ask yourself, what would happen in a world where, again, just me writing it down, focusing on it, counting my wins, what do you think that does to my overall happiness? What do you think that does to my overall confidence? It continues to build on each other. And so when I recognize the wins and I tally my wins and I have a record of, even on my worst days, I can pull out my list. I pull out my phone, I pull out my gratitude list, I pull out things that I really mark off my list, because what I may be going through right now, there may be real present challenges. But my reality is there's always things that I can say, man, look how far I've come. And that's where we often miss the perspective of tallying our wins. And so overall, when we think about grit, developing gratitude, improving upon our relationships, making sure we take real inventory of our lives, because you have to know what your starting point is. And so every little step, I don't care if it's just a half step, make a choice to go in that direction, which gives us these wins, which gives us this keyword momentum. And so one of the challenges that we have in this society that is interested oftentimes of getting better. Most people are interested in getting better. But the reality of really making it better, it takes a real commitment. And so as I wrap up this session on a pathway, building a pathway, to build something is an action, it is a verb. Nobody's going to come and do it for you. No one's going to just gift it to you, send it just Amazon Prime to your doorstep. It takes action. As you build this pathway, it's about making a decision one day at a time. Sometimes maybe just the next couple hours. That may be as far as you can see right now. But as you take action steps to build a pathway to a better you, what I will promise you is it'll take one step at a time, and you'll be able to see that incremental progress. You'll look up 21 days from now. And so again, we're going to be emailing out this 21-day challenge, and I would really encourage all of you, grab a friend even and do it with them. And if all it was just even thinking about these 21 things that I had in these bullet points, I only covered a few of them, but if you just simply thought about and gave some context to what I'm encouraging you to do and saying this is stuff that really could transform your life or be the basis of transforming your life, because I'll be clear, the caveat of this is there's going to be deeper things you're dealing with, 100%. And I'm not saying that these 21 days or these things by themselves will fix everything, but the promise behind this is it'll put you in a better position to take a step forward to be the next better version of yourself, which is better for you, better for the world around you, ability to help other people, etc. And so we got one final segment to go. We're going to have Cody and Janet hopping on and talking about tools and resources of how you can find your way through whatever you're going through to reach that next level in your life. And so looking forward to hearing from those guys. Thank you guys for tuning in.
The name Lost and Found conveys the short distance between success and struggle that we all face. And our organization is really built on the idea that anybody who feels lost or might have found some level of hope, our organization is for you, and our services are here to help you no matter what part of the mental health journey you might be on. Suicide is the leading cause of death for youth 10 to 19 years old in South Dakota. It's the second leading cause of death for 20 to 29-year-olds. In South Dakota, we have lost more than 800 youth and young adults to suicide in the past 10 years. That's a serious problem and a serious impact on our ability to continue to build hopeful, resilient communities. Losing one life is a tremendous loss to our community. To lose that many hundreds is devastating. Our work is necessary because we do not have to live in a world where that is a reality. Suicide on grand scale is preventable, and our work is focused on making suicide preventable through services, programs, and research that help people take action to make sure that that statistic, that loss of life, doesn't happen again.
When you need help, make the right call. 988 is a lifeline for mental health-related distress, suicidal thoughts, help with substance use disorders, relationship concerns, emotional support, or if you're seeking help for a loved one. You can call 988 in times of crisis, or when you just need some guidance. In emergencies where someone is hurt or at risk of being hurt, call 911 to connect with emergency dispatchers. Finally, call 211 if you need help finding everyday resources like housing, transportation, food, or healthcare. If you can't call, 988, 911, and 211 are also available through text 24 hours a day. Add these numbers to your phone. And remember, no matter what number you contact, you'll always reach someone who cares.
Hello, we're so glad to be here to talk about tools and resources with you today. My name is Janet Kittams. I'm the CEO of the Helpline Center. Helpline Center you heard just a little bit about in that video. We're a nonprofit organization that answers the 988 and the 211 phone number as critical resources for the entire state of South Dakota. And I'll let Cody introduce himself.
Yeah, thanks, Jana. I'm super excited to be here as well. My name is Cody Engel. I work at Lost and Found, which you saw a video about as well. It's a nonprofit that works in really suicide prevention and post-vention work and hopes to deliver comprehensive, data-driven, and resilience-focused programs and services for suicide prevention and post-vention. So excited to talk a little bit more about resources and tools that we can offer here.
Wonderful. Well, I think, Cody, that we'll start with just having you focus on Lost and Found and all the great resources that you guys have. So I know you do a lot of work with student services. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're really passionate about and something that is really one of our key focus areas is student populations. We know that that transition time between graduating and moving into college campuses, tech schools, whatever it might be, can be somewhat disruptive in a person's life. So we have a few programs that we're really excited about that we partner with campuses with. We have a peer-to-peer program that we're super excited about. It's an evidence-based program. It's non-clinical peer support. And really what it does is it partners a mentor with a mentee, somebody who maybe wants some extra support during that time, and they can build that relationship, and the mentor can help the mentee walk through different areas of the college experience and help them with really non-clinical areas that they might need. We also do campus chapters, which is a student-led organization that is really just focused on being able to talk about mental health in a safe environment on campuses.
Wonderful. I bet you have some great stories on the peer-to-peer program of just students that have been helped over the years. So tell me a little bit more, what colleges are you in? Are you all over the state of South Dakota with the peer-to-peer?
Yeah, so we are working our way in campuses across South Dakota. So we have some peer-to-peer programming at the University of South Dakota. We have some peer-to-peer programming in the Black Hills. And we're working on partnering with other campuses in the area as well to really implement the program and come alongside them in that process.
Wonderful. And I know your heart and soul is evaluation and research. So tell us a little bit more about what you got going on with that.
Yes, I am so excited to talk to you about research and evaluation, Jana. It's my favorite conversational piece. I actually just labeled myself the resident public health nerd at the office. So research and evaluation is really all about, we want to make sure everything that we're doing at Lost and Found is evidence-based, that it's backed by science, literature, and best practices in both mental health and suicide prevention. So I work as a research and evaluation specialist, and really what we do in this department is kind of twofold. So we have our evaluation services department, which is working with external partners on really looking at their programs and seeing where are areas that they're being super successful in, and also where are areas to improve in. So we work with organizations like the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board, the Volunteers of America of the Dakotas, and work with them on different programs that they're offering. So it's exciting. We do some other outside contract work, some needs assessments in communities too, to really just get an experience of what's going on in that community. There's also the Resilience Index, which is an exciting tool that's used to really in partnership with with campuses to look at the overall systematic view of what is going on in suicide prevention on that campus. What policies and procedures do they have in place to help in suicide prevention, and where are areas, Lost and Found can look at areas and make recommendations for maybe areas that there could be improvement or better partnerships with, and we offer that to campuses and workplaces. And then we do some research as well. We're actually partnered on a really exciting project with the Transformation Project to look at LGBTQI+ and Two-Spirit health and mental health care across South Dakota.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing project.
Super excited about it.
Are you just getting started with that? Anything you could share with us about it?
Yeah, so we're just getting started with it. We're kind of starting to do some data collection and really just looking at you know, LGBTQI+ and Two-Spirit data is often not collected in different systems, federally, statewide, and so this will be an opportunity for us to kind of look at data and see where are some areas that we can improve it and how can we partner with organizations and other communities to really improve outcomes for that community.
Wonderful.
Something I'm really passionate about.
Yes, well, looking forward to hearing more about that in the future. Yes, so another thing that I know Lost and Found is involved with is education and advocacy. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the Education and Advocacy Department is a department that's really, again, focused in on providing education to communities, really specializing youth and young adults and their support networks. So Lost and Found does different educational pieces to different communities that are asking for them. So we have some also really cool digital content and pieces that are really used to help just talk about mental health. We have a Let's Talk About Mental Health guide, and it's a guide that goes through how do you talk about mental health, how do you talk about suicide. Oftentimes those are such taboo subjects and people are very uncomfortable talking about them. So the guide offers a way to really kind of look at those areas and say what are ways that we can really just make this a part of a normal conversation. And we recently also released a Let's Talk About Grief guide. Again, grief is often such a topic that it's hard to talk about. If you know somebody that is going through the grieving process, it can oftentimes be difficult to know what to say, how to say it. And so the grief guide really offers some tools and resources on how do you talk about grief? How do you interact with somebody that's grieving? You know, like there's oftentimes things of this is what you don't say. We also offer some, well, here's what you can say instead, like we're thinking of you, right? And so that's been a really, that's been a tool that we think is going to be really helpful as well. We also do some trainings too at Lost and Found just on suicide prevention. I know you'll talk a little bit more about that too in your section. But we have opportunities to train communities and organizations on mental health first aid, on conversations on access to lethal means, as well as QPR training. So the education is really looking to utilize, again, evidence-based education, curriculum, and trainings to help bring communities together and help them to be able to talk about mental health and suicide.
Wonderful. Lots of great tools to use there. Yeah. So, and if people are interested in trainings, they can certainly go to your website and find more information out, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Okay, very good. And then the last section you have is postvention. And a lot of people probably don't know what that term means, so maybe we should start with explaining that.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Postvention, yes, it's a term that is often not understood, especially when we're talking about suicide, right? And we believe, and I'm sure you also have the understanding that really postvention is prevention. So postvention is working when after there is a suicide death or a suicide attempt is postvention. What can we do to help look at the organization, look at policies, look at how do we help individuals who are really in that moment? So we have a really cool program called Survivors Joining for Hope. It's a nonprofit that was actually started by Brad Hurst, and it has moved into Lost and Found in August of 2022. And really what that program is, it's a really specialized program that helps work with individuals who have lost a family member or loved one to suicide. Oftentimes the aftermath of that is a process that's hard. It's difficult to navigate different steps in even looking at funeral expenses, medical costs. So Survivors Joining for Hope, there are 2 community health workers that work in the program, and they actually can provide one-on-one support to the family member or individual that is really after that suicide death occurs. We offer financial support for them as well. And we've been able to provide thousands of dollars in financial support to family members of loved ones, helping with funeral expenses and medical costs, as well as connect them with resources in their own communities. So oftentimes that's another area that's hard, is individuals aren't sure where to find those resources. They aren't sure what groups exist. So the Survivors Joining for Hope program helps them to connect with them. And then we also do offer some postvention policy work with campuses too, to help them look at, again, what are some policies and procedures that they have for postvention. Oftentimes it's hard to know what to do after a student attempts suicide or dies by suicide. And we try to help them understand better policies, practices, how can they work with their counseling departments and their student body and population better to really help ensure that, again, that postvention is prevention.
Absolutely. Well, that might be a great transition to talk a little bit about the services we have at the Helpline Center. We also do some aftercare work, which is postvention. We work with survivors across the state who have had losses, just like you've talked about. And so some of that support we provide is like a support group that people can come to, an educational class. And then we also do a lot of what we call outreach support phone calls, just to touch base with them after we've been notified of a loss and continue to follow them in that journey. And then we have a unique program called Caring Cards that provides, oftentimes on those anniversary dates of the death or a birth date or a holiday, those are tough dates for those folks that have had a lost loved one. And so we have cards that we send out that have actually been designed and created by somebody else who's had a similar loss, to kind of share that, hey, we're thinking about you and we're here to support you. Yeah,
that's really cool. It's so needed too, especially in those areas. And yeah, I'm excited to talk a little bit more about the work the Helpline Center is doing too. I know we have some things that go really hand in hand, so this is a great pairing for people to understand like what resources are out there. And so I know that the Helpline Center also does some mental health and suicide prevention training and education. I'd be really interested to hear a little bit more about what you're doing there and how people can access that too.
Sure, absolutely. I think very similar to Lost and Found, the trainings that we offered are all evidence-based trainings that have been demonstrated to be effective to teach people about mental health or to teach people about suicide prevention. So we have everything from like a short 1 hour to 2 hour basic QPR that teaches about suicide prevention, all the way to a 2-day training, which is a kind of an assist training to really get people hands-on experience with, how do I talk to somebody who potentially could be at risk for suicide? I don't want to say the wrong thing. I want to make sure I'm handling that in the best way possible. So that training is just perfect for people who in their jobs or in their life may come in contact with people who are at risk for depression or suicide, and to really give them the comfort level to ask those tough questions, you know, if they're having thoughts of suicide or if they're struggling in their lives. So we do offer those trainings periodically throughout the year, and people can certainly find information on our website if they're interested to register, or if they'd like to host one at their business or their church or their own organization, they can contact us and we can set that up for them. So those are, and then we also do a lot of means safety, how to make your home safe when you have somebody, a loved one in your home that perhaps is struggling with thoughts of suicide. Want to make sure that that's the best environment possible for them.
Yeah, also very important too. And I think that also segues really nicely into the next resource that Helpline provides really great service for. I know I've told people a lot of times to call 988, you know, if they're in a time of crisis. And so can you talk a little bit more about 988? You know, what is it? How do people access it? What is the kind of what's the process for that, and what can they expect from it?
Absolutely. So 988 is relatively new. It hasn't been around yet for 2 years. So it is a nationwide 3-digit phone number. There used to be a 1-800 number called the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And so they created 988 specifically easy to remember for people in times of crisis, because oftentimes when we answered that 1-800 number, people would tell us over and over again, well, if I didn't have the number in front of me, there's no way I would have ever remembered it. So that's what 988 has kind of brought to South Dakota and to the country. So the Helpline Center answers 988 for the entire state of South Dakota. So we hear from all walks of life, whether that's rural or some of our larger communities across South Dakota. So when people call 988, I should preface that they can call, text, or chat 988. So we have 3 different ways they can reach out to us 24/7. So 988 oftentimes is that first point of contact for somebody when they just realize that, you know, things just are not going well in my life. You know, I'm struggling. I know it's just I'm not my normal self. or I'm worried about a family member. So they reach out and just start a conversation with us. And that's really what it's all about. Our staff, our counselors answer that phone line. They do an amazing job just connecting with that person, asking them what's happening in their life, how can we help you, tell me more about that. And so sometimes that conversation can be 20 minutes and sometimes that can be a 40-minute conversation. Kind of depends what's happening in that person's life. You know, most of the time, they're not in immediate crisis, but certainly a person can be in immediate crisis when they call 988. And they're in that midst of having a suicidal thought and really do want to think about harming themselves. And so my staff do the best they can to kind of assess the situation, kind of determine where we're at with that level of risk, and then make a determination on how can I keep this person safe. The vast majority of the time, like 97% of the time, we're able to do a safety plan with that person, kind of walk them through how can we keep you safe at this moment in time, and then get them connected with some additional resources with that. There's only 3% of the time that we have to kind of look outside of 988 to provide resources to them, such as doing an intervention with law enforcement through a police department or a sheriff's department. So that's really our last resort, though. We really just don't want to bring in law enforcement unless we absolutely have to, because oftentimes that can be just even more traumatizing to that person in crisis. But I should let you know that 988 is so much more than just a crisis line. People sometimes think of it as just a crisis, but it's anything to do with mental health. We get a tremendous number of phone calls just about grief, as you were talking about earlier. A lot of people struggle when they've had a loss in their lives, no matter what that loss is, and so we're there to talk to them about that. You know, depression, anxiety, we hear a lot about those types of issues on the call. And sometimes it's family issues, quite honestly, a lot of relationship conflicts, and people just aren't quite sure how to manage that with a spouse, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, even a child, and just need a neutral party to kind of talk that through. And so we're there to support them. And then substance use is quite common. We do get phone calls about that, whether that's alcohol or some other type of substance that people are using kind of really as a coping mechanism. And so they want to reach out for help. They just don't know what the next step is to take with that. So we'll certainly talk with them about that and look at the different resources that we can refer them to for treatment or other support systems for that substance use. Yeah.
Cool. So would you suggest people dial 988 anytime that they have an experience of mental health or anytime that they're having questions or concerns? It is a good resource for them to dial and talk to somebody that's been trained in that.
Absolutely. You know, oftentimes people, they just don't know who to ask that question to, so 988 is just a great resource, you know, because if they don't know, like, oh, I think my mom might be depressed, but I'm just not quite sure. Yeah, please reach out and call us. We would be happy to visit with you about that.
Yeah. Okay, very cool. And then I know, again, resources and tools they're so important when we talk about mental health. They're so important when we talk about suicide prevention. How do we talk about it? How do we access these? And I know that the Helpline Center also has a really cool mental health resource database. Can you talk a little bit more about that? What are some things people can access? How do they access it? What can they expect to find there?
Yeah, oftentimes people will call 988 because they're looking for a counselor. They know, hey, I just need some help right now. I'm kind of struggling with some issues in my life. And so they'll talk with us about finding a counselor that's a good fit for them. So in the 988 website, which is part of the Helpline Center website, we've created this mental health resource directory. People can look up resources, whether that's for a counselor that specifically works with couples, as an example, or a counselor that works with anger management. You know, whatever the particular issue is that they're looking for, there's probably a counselor or a mental health therapist that focuses on that area. So with the resource online, then they can spend as much time as they want, kind of reading through the different options of those counselors and mental health therapists out there and finding the best fit. And sometimes, you know, financial need is important in that, and so finding a counselor that maybe operates on a sliding fee scale is also critical. So that allows them to search by that, to find a counselor that, you know, may operate without having to accept the full fee if they can't afford it.
It's really something, such a barrier to mental health care, right?
Absolutely.
Is that fee and understanding how to access that. So that's a really great resource for people to utilize. And do they dial 988? Can they go on your website and find that as well?
Yep, you can call 988, or you can just go to helplincenter.org, and you can just navigate our website to find that resource database. I should also mention that we also answer the 211 phone number, which is a little different, just to clarify. 211 is more for those community resources, basic needs, if people are looking for information on that. So So they may need housing, financial assistance, need help paying a utility bill, something like that. So 211 is available 24 hours a day. And that is a separate database on our website that has more information like that about those community-based resources that can provide that financial assistance or support.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, good. And then I know you talked a little bit about some grief support as well, but I know that Helpline also does some aftercare for grief. And was there other things that you wanted to mention as far as that resource goes from the Helpline?
Sure, I should mention that we do obviously in-person support groups and educational classes, but we also offer those virtually. So we know that there's many parts of the state that are rural-based, and sometimes driving to a town can be a challenge for folks. So we wanted to make sure we offered that resource virtually so they could just pop on and still get that support and interact with others that are in a similar situation with that. So I think that's probably been one of the most rewarding programs I've been involved with at the Helpline Center over the years that I've been there, is the support groups and the classes that we offer, because that grief that that person experiences when they've had a loss by suicide is so unique and different. And so they feel a little bit of isolation with that. And so when you're in a room with other people that have gone through a similar experiences, it's just so comforting for them. And they feel really at peace sharing what those feelings are. Because sometimes they feel like they're judged when they share those feelings outside of that group, that people just truly don't understand what it means to have lost somebody to suicide.
Yeah, that is something I think we've seen in the Survivors Joining for Hope program too, is that oftentimes, again, there's just a sense of not knowing what to do, who to talk about it, and how do we move on to that next step of processing, of being able to really think about what's happening. So.
Right, and I know that our staff work together when we're talking about somebody who has had a loss by suicide. I know we've made many referrals over to Lost and Found for the financial resources when somebody has experienced that loss, because if they can't afford the funeral expenses or sometimes the expenses to clean up the home, that's been a tremendous resource for them. So appreciative of that. Yeah, the only thing I think I would add is that I know you have a grief booklet that you have. We also have one that's very specific to just suicide loss. So when there has been somebody who's had a suicide loss, we send that out to them upon request, or they can download it on our website as a PDF and take advantage of that. And it's the intent is to let them know they're not alone, that other people have gone through this similar experience, and have been struggling with it.
Yes. I think that's one of the things, even with mental health and suicide in general, understanding that nobody is alone in this process. Many people have mental health concerns. They've dealt with suicide loss, and so understanding that there is support for that and resources and tools from some two really amazing organizations, I think is so important. And it just helps to, again, keep that conversation about suicide to the front, because oftentimes it's so, people don't want to talk about it. They want to think that it's, they want to keep it quiet. And if we're not able to speak about it, we can't prevent it, right?
Exactly. Got to have the conversation.
Yes, the conversation is so important.
Yes.
And especially in South Dakota with some of the statistics we're seeing, going back to research and evaluation, we're kind of seeing increases. So being able to talk about it and have those resources to navigate is really important to understanding how we can really come in and help prevent and help bring post-vention services into.
Yes. I think one of the other things that I didn't cover yet or mention is our work with some of the high schools and middle schools that we've been doing across South Dakota. We've introduced Hope Squads this past year, and those Hope Squads are peer-to-peer support programs that are evidence-based that really teach the students and the advisors how to talk about mental health, have that conversation, and really create a safe space for other students to come to them if they're struggling with thoughts of depression, anxiety, or suicide. We've had just a tremendous response from the student body and from the faculty and the advisors in those high schools and middle schools that we've been to. So I think, to me, that shows promise, that I think kids we know are struggling, but I think they want to help each other. They really do want to reach out and support one another. And the Hope Squad model really allows them to do that safely, and then with the supervision of those advisors. And the Helpline Center, we go in and help train and support the advisors and the students as they walk through that. We've just had some amazing experiences. We were at a high school the other month just with a booth to talk about 988. So people knew the resources of 988. And we had several students come up to us and say, you know, I've actually called 988 and that was super helpful for me. So really appreciative of that. Or they talked about maybe a family member had called 988 and how helpful that had been for their family. So I think that's the message here, is that there are resources,
Yes.
there is help, there's support out there, so please take advantage of it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, I think another thing we see is really, if you're comfortable, sharing your story is so important and so impactful. We see that with the peer-to-peer program. I'm sure you see it with Hope Squad.
Yeah.
You know, Lost and Found does 30 Days, 30 Stories too, which is really 30 days of people sharing their stories about their experience with mental health. And being an advocate on social media is so important. You know, we've at Lost and Found have seen some really great impact on the things that we're posting on social media and reaching out to people and posting things about mental health too. So being an advocate is really important for us too.
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
All right.
When you need help, make the right call. 988 is a lifeline for mental health-related distress, suicidal thoughts, help with substance use disorders, relationship concerns, emotional support, or if you're seeking help for a loved one. You can call 988 in times of crisis, or when you just need some guidance. In emergencies where someone is hurt or at risk of being hurt, call 911 to connect with emergency dispatchers. Finally, call 211 if you need help finding everyday resources like housing, transportation, food, or healthcare. If you can't call, 988, 911, and 211 are also available through text 24 hours a day. Add these numbers to your phone. And remember, no matter what number you contact, you'll always reach someone who cares.
Welcome to this last little 5 minutes of wrapping up a Better You Mental Health Conference. First of all, thank you everyone for tuning in. I want to give a big shout out and a thank you to all the panelists, the people that were on, sharing their stories, sharing the work that's being done in this important space. Mental health is in all of us, all hands on deck work that needs to move this thing forward. How do we bring more hope, education, opportunities to say you don't have to go it alone? I know Cody had shared that 30 stories in 30 days. I myself got to share my story. And it's so powerful when you can say, no matter what you've been through, out of all the billions of people on this planet, there are so many people who are going through similar circumstances that would just need to hear how you got from where you were to where you are right now. And if you're somebody who maybe not directly going through it, again, go back to that statistic, 1 out of 4 adults in our country, so just do the math, within the world around you, are going through some things, anxiety, depression, struggling with something, but oftentimes we don't talk about it because when you ask people, how are you doing? I'm fine. And we call this iceberg society where you only see the tip, but the reality is there's so much going on beneath this. And one of the questions I want to challenge all of you as we kind of land the plane for the day is, what kind of community, what kind of country, what kind of world do we want to create going forward? I use this analogy of, if you're on vacation in Indonesia and the water recedes by 100 feet, what do? You run, because there is a tsunami coming. And we only have to look as far as youth mental health to see what's coming behind us. There was a study that came out in 2021 that shared that they asked this question amongst teenagers. They said, how many of you over the last year had at least 2 weeks or more of dealing with anxiety, depression, or suicidal thoughts? That number amongst teenage boys went from 21% to 29%, a very significant jump. That number amongst teenage girls went from 36% to 57%. And what was jarring for me was, take that statistic that the mayor shared in the opening segment. Last year, we only had a couple suicides right here in Sioux Falls, but we had dozens of suicides. You look at the study that, if you heard that video that Eric was talking about, in the last few years, like hundreds of people in our state. Now, there's people tuning in all across the country. This is a real issue that we need to focus on more, to say, how do we talk about it in an elevated manner to a point of saying, not what can we do about it, but what are we doing about it? And even if that starts with becoming the next better version of yourself to be that support system, whether that's someone who's dealing with or struggling with this stuff right now, there are resources. Reach out, talk about it, because the reality is we're losing, even one person is too many to lose. And so the reality of dealing with mental health, there are ways out. We have to start and pause when you are at work tomorrow. don't just ask someone how they're doing and keep walking. Like, stop and listen to the answer, because in a world of stress and anxiety and all these different things, we need to challenge ourselves to say, again, what can we do about these things? What are we willing to commit? And so my challenge to all of us in this space is, let's get off the couch. Let's stop being interested in being a part of the solution and be committed to do my slice. I'm only one person, but one person can do a lot. From that framework of being that next better version of myself, I'm better for me, I'm better for the world around us. And that's what today was all about. Again, a big shout out to all of our sponsors, Vernite for being the event sponsor, all the collaboration sponsors, the contributor sponsors, supporter sponsors. Again, without you guys, this wouldn't be possible, but we're gonna make all this content, again, this was made as a free virtual conference because there's no ownership to this. This is all of us to talk about it differently. And so all of this content will live on bridgingthegap.sd.org, and we'll make this live year after year because we want this to be a resource. We're going to create these simple resource guides. We made each segment intentionally 40 minutes. So even as an organization, if you said we're going to give our employees an hour a quarter, an hour every 6 months, even if it was just an hour once a year to focus on mental health, grab one of the segments. It's 40 minutes long with purpose. And then we'll have these downloadable conversation guides within the safety and comfort of your own homes, your own teams, your own organizations. You can have elevated conversations. And so reach out, share these things. Next month, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We'll be taking these segments and talking about it and spreading the word about it. But again, feel free to check this out. Share the after content from this thing, because again, the more we can put it out there, we can make our world better. And last, I'll leave you with this. Every dollar raised, we put up a couple slides there. When you heard that amazing stories from Ariana and Rebecca, there is, again, thousands and thousands of youth that a desperate need for content like this. And so every dollar raised in donating, when you go to bridgingthegapsd.org, goes to providing more resources for youth. In our Leaders in Tomorrow program, these two ladies came from circumstances that most of us couldn't imagine, and now have found the tools to better themselves. And so again, if you feel compelled to, please join that and join the movement of helping promote that. But ultimately, commit to be the better version of you. You deserve it. You're worth it. And together we can start to make some momentum this direction of attacking mental health. And so thank you guys for tuning in. We'll finish up again one more time with Ariana's video, but hope you guys have amazing days, an amazing week, and we'll look forward to seeing and hearing from you in the future.
There's so many teenagers out there that just don't feel like they're not doing good enough, or they just feel like they're lost, and they shouldn't have to feel like that. There should be help. This conference, the Better You Conference, will help. I feel like it's gonna open a box where they're gonna find tools. They're gonna hear people speak. They're gonna be like, hey, these people actually care about us. Our voices are actually being heard. Here's how we can help people. Here's how we can help our youth. Here's how we can help people stop hurting themselves or stop feeling like they are worthless. If you want to help our community, please consider donating. Because you're not only just helping me, but you're helping thousands of kids in our community that are looking for hope, for some type of help.